Are we live? Hello? Give it a few minutes.
Don't put your nose against that, sweetheart.
I apologize for holding up the the entirety of V's chat hostage.
No, the fuck you're not.
I actually am. How dare you insinuate I am not, you binge? You absolute dillweed.
Fucking, I'll hug you and appreciate you and make you realize that you are loved. The worst punishment that could be done.
Oh God, physical affection. Whatever.
Well, he's dead.
Yeah, sorry, stream's over, guys. No, I'm kidding.
No, not the fit. It burns.
Not the fit. But yes, all right. All right, V. Okay, there they are. There we go. Everyone is all right. Great. Greetings and salutations, everyone. I am your local storytelling snapping turtle. Stay a while and listen. I'm fucking tired, but here we are.
Throw all the caffeine at him.
I'm sorry, an ad break just came up trying to fucking...
Wow.
It's probably a pre-roll, it's fun.
Yeah, so the
Well,
pre-rolls are gonna be in for a little bit. Hi, oh my god, Benz, what have you done? Benz! That's 15 community subs you've given me already this week. Well, last week. Jesus Christ! This month! Benz! The fuck are you doing?
I knew he was gonna do it. He love you.
Well, we beat our sub goal apparently. I don't know what the fuck to do now.
Hello.
Set a new sub goal?
Well, yes, but that's a future me problem. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for, and I sincerely apologize for the wait. That's another 5 community subs from Shiny. I...
Take it. Take it.
I don't know what to say. Hi. Well... I'll take it as an early birthday present, thank you.
Get supported, nerd.
Get supported, nerd.
Alright, okay, alright. Hi. I literally can't think of anything. I just had to think of like, alright, I'll go through the whole spiel, I'll go through, you know, introducing myself and everyone, and my brain immediately just threw that thought out the window and into the bushes. Thanks, brain.
Did I get home before the nature stuff was figured out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Just barely.
Twitch.tv/Nature Claws, or just wait for either Fabulous Shiny or fucking Benz282 to just gift you a sub while you're watching. So please continue to watch. That way you can get the sub.
Fucking
Nice.
weird.
Get all the
I
subs.
love you all, but goddamn it. You know what I love, you know what I appreciate, you know what I support on this channel? Other streamers other than me. Hey Mara, where can they find you?
So yeah, Miss Marakar, you can find me lurking in other people's game backgrounds the last couple days. Just T-posing to assert dominance. But usually you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Miss Marakar, where I do all sorts of shenanigans. Tomorrow I'll be building more Gunpla. That's how it appears.
And then it's instead the ham of war.
A hammer, but Warham.
Well, no, so Warhams was
No, that's a different thing.
specifically a roleplay thing. Yeah, and you said the ham of war, moron.
Yes, there are more
Well,
ham.
you're
There's
referencing
more
war
ham
hams.
than war hams. Texel.
You said hams of war.
I said I said ham singular. You absolute buffoon.
It's just an
Tixel, where can they find you?
Twitch.tv/procrastination. I'm usually found here on Sundays. I haven't been super active the past couple of weeks due to meh happening.
Fair.
this Wednesday coming up, we're going to actually finally start up Tekken Slide 2, and then probably on Friday, I might just pull up Tale of Two Wasteland since I got that started on working.
Oh God, I
want
wish you
it
the
to be
best
Tale
of
of Three
luck.
Wastelands, but you know,
Yeah,
that's the fun part.
I tried to get Tale of Three Wastelands working as a whole mess, and I couldn't get it all to link together properly.
Yeah, but I'm better at modding than you are, so.
Yes, which goes to show how terrifying and how much of a modded mess Tale of Three Wastelands is. But anyway, speaking of falling out, that's a terrible segue. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
Hi
Did
V,
someone
how you
call me?
doing? Possibly. Where can they find you other than apparently here?
Well, on Sunday evenings, you can, of course, find me here. But the rest of the time, you can find me on twitch.tv/VHXVT. I play a lot of games. And, talk in a bedroom voice.
Apparently, and it is very effective, it seems, for a lot of people. Leave.
So I've been told.
Yes, shiny. Don't worry. The parents are talking. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, are you accepting a certain title?
No, we're not.
Okay.
I am. Not yet. So it's gonna take a while to get comfortable with that. I apparently.
Understandable.
But in the future, you don't have enough hair on your chest to be. But okay. Turtle. Online turtle me might not have much hair on my chest, but IRL me. We're not gonna get
Of
into
course,
it.
you don't have hair on your chest. Your shell's there. That's part of your fucking spinal cord, my guy.
I mean, I could get like I could start having growing moss down the chest, like a freaking like.
If you ever
go
go
full
more
bear with
humanoid.
Put a weird ass suit over top where it's like a deep V cut, and then there's just moss growing on that
Oh
side
my
of the-
god,
Oh, yeah.
that's so blurst, and I love it.
Yeah, I've seen people like that with it's just like they don't have a beard, but they might as well.
Oh,
It's just down on their chest.
oh, from the neck to the waist.
It's not a happy trail. It is a dense forest in need of need of a little clearing.
Speaking of blurst individuals, hey Talon, how you doing? Where can they find you?
Hello, I'm Miss Talon. You can find me here on Twitch at Miss Talon. I also don't really use any social media much, but I have one. Hooray!
Fair. No, that's fair.
I
I need
do
to
have
be more
variety.
active on those.
Yeah, I do have a variety of gaming stuff, but my favorite stuff is definitely collaboration and cooperative gaming.
Yeah. And lately Mara Dinkum and Mara Talon and I have been playing some motherfucking Dinkum. Unfortunately, there isn't going to be any this week, if I recall.
Yeah.
But-
Unfortunately, not.
Yeah. Next week, fingers crossed, we'll keep folks posted. Yes, if you want to see Nature Claws After Dark, and the blurst shit that we end up going for, with that, by all means. Oh my god, we reached Hype Train level. Wait, we reached level 4? What?
Look at your hype trains.
What?
Choo-choo.
What? I don't have words. You know who has words? Possibly of wisdom? Codes. What cat of the woods, soon to be of the manor. What wisdom do you have?
Go follow everybody, thanks.
Also, don't speed.
Neum.
Yeah. Code had to get home fucking ASAP to try to make it in time for this.
Apparently, I could have taken longer.
Yes, because we ran into multiple tech issues that I did not predict. But here we are now. Speaking of scuff, dice!
Every time.
Alright. And I believe that is all of the shilling and the advertising that needs to be done. Okay, before I leave and sleep, can I ask you a favor, Nature? Possibly. What is it? What do you wish? In the meantime, I shall pick. We shall pick colors to see which click-clack rocks of fate shall be used in this current episode stream of the campaign. I can words good. Let's see.
Catch us on the next episode of Memento Magick Z.
Where does Z come in?
I'm just showing my age. Shut up.
Nah, I can't say much. I will use the power of my 5 gift subs to make you call me a good girl and put my monster in defense mode. Alright. Once, during the campaign, maybe, an NPC will call me a good girl. I can neither confirm nor deny. Fortunately, V can't say anything because she's currently eating food.
Am I?
But, well, you were earlier.
I'm always listening.
Always watching. All right. You know what? Tixel, pick a color and pick a standard color this time. I'm waiting to do so I can watch the VOD ballad. Someone's probably gonna clip it. What was it?
Orange.
Orange? The closest you're gonna get is brown.
Yeah.
Which means we're going with the Kofev dice.
Oh dear.
And then secondarily, you know what? I don't think Tolan's picked a color for a while.
No, I haven't. Blue.
Coffee and blue it is.
That's the most uncomfortable bowel movement.
Hey, I mean, to be fair, if it is blue, like the most that's really going to be a thing about it is that you probably just ate a lot of food coloring. As far as I'm aware, there aren't any medical conditions you need to be worried about.
Blue food coloring turns green in the digestive system.
That is also true. Well, it depends on.
So
Well, it depends if you eat a shit ton of food coloring. But anyway.
Yeah.
You know what? I believe. Yeah. The brain words. I can say words good. I am totally discombobulated. I am so sorry. I believe that is everything.
3-minute ad break.
Yes, indeed. 3-minute ad break, so that we'll have about at least an hour or so of uninterrupted content. Yes.
Yeah.
Also gives me an excuse to actually take breaks.
That's more than fair. Yeah. What it does.
because I have been refraining from doing so during these streams, especially during the D&D streams, and I should probably start doing that more. Though apparently most people are probably fine because of 11 fucking gift subs were just given. Jesus.
Yeah.
But anyways, I believe before we go any further, I believe there's only one final question to ask. Is everyone ready for Dungeons and Dragons? God damn it, Carb!
I love how you have cocked that dice on the 1 and 13, and it claims you rolled a 19.
It's +6.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, I never sent the notification in chat.
You're right.
Perfect. Fine. There we go. Then...
That's good.
Sorry, hang on. Orchestra, work with me! There we go. So... What? May the play... What the heck is going on with me tonight? May the party please recite to me what happened last time we left our heroes.
Well, we squashed a bug and nearly died.
But you didn't!
Correction.
Yeah.
Yue and Mew
We found a
really
big
squashed a
monster
bug.
man, and we got a book from it, and
We were able to keep
and
Yue's
the
friend
people
alive.
of the village decided to try and attack us all, and we saved the witch girl, who not all of us know is a witch. And
yeah, keep going. Unless someone else has anything to add.
Braun almost punched Ambrose Huckabee.
Of course, that's the thing you bring up.
Yeah.
It was mostly a combat that went better than it could have.
Yeah.
That could have gone
All
much
considered-
worse.
Yeah. It was surprisingly safe.
I don't think a single one of us actually went down, did we?
Nope.
I mean,
then
yeah,
at
close.
the end of the
you got close.
Rio
end of the
didn't take
session,
any
we
damage.
were able to teleport to this manor that we're now standing in front of.
Indeed.
Mhm.
Which we shall
Speaking
be
of,
seeing
do you have that
listening
art?
to. Of the manor?
Yeah, of the outside of the manor.
Well, we shall see a bit more of that once we actually get started. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But yes, is there anything else that the party recalls that they feel is important to note?
Well, let's see. Madoka and Bella are with us, but that's about it. Because, yeah, we also do have one of the two Raven girls, because the other chose to stay behind.
Mm-hmm.
I was this close to trying to grapple him. Yukitomo.
Yeah,
Oh
at the
my
same
god,
time-
yes!
That's what that hug was her doing the coin flip of, like, do I just grab her and tell her too bad?
Right, yeah. Oh god, yeah, because I got a little tense by the end there.
Yeah.
Trying to
Braun
actually
was very much like, okay, I know that we're having a moment. I'm the last person that wants this moment to be, gone before it's done. But we need to go.
Yeah. We needed to go.
Yes, the fuse is lit. We need to leave.
Yep.
Yeah, we did not get enough time to properly investigate some things with the whole town coming down on us, but
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
My
nature,
scheming
where on
did
the
not
map
work
would you
out.
say we are currently, and where were we?
Well, I suppose we'll have to find out, won't we?
Were we over here on this purple?
Yes,
Spot on the map.
Crowcross
Yeah.
was right there on the map.
Okay.
That's where
And
we
now
used to-
guess what, guys? We are over here. That's not true.
I was like, where? I didn't even see where you pointed.
Up here.
Way up north.
Oh, did you go literally point at the top of the map?
Yeah.
Great.
At the top, over here.
Oh, but
The top's up
over
here.
that way. Oh my god. Wait a fucking minute. Okay, there we go. Sorry, Wallfly cut out for a minute there on Google Chrome. Okay, oh maybe that's why I switched over. Okay, we're fine.
This is fun.
Yes. Nothing of import was missed. But yes. I believe that is everything that needed to be. I believe that was all the big important bits. I suppose the only question I do really have to ask, because we did kind of gloss over a bunch of we didn't really go over we glossed over a bunch of names. What was the name of the book you guys actually had to get?
The Grail
The
and
Grail
I know
and
someone
it.
has it.
I have it in my Rio has it right now.
Yeah, the Grail on its kiln.
Yes, the Grail and its kiln. It was indeed the name of the book. The Tome of Occult Knowledge that you guys fought an arm and a leg for to finally acquire.
Fucking tooth and nail, which might be ingredients. I'm not certain.
It's a
worry about
cookbook.
It's a cookbook! A cookbook! That's an old fucking reference for those who know. Those who know?
Soylent Green is people!
Similar, but not the same movie.
I know.
Alrighty. I forgot to turn off the fish redeem.
Oh, wait, shit, hold on. I need to go fix that, and can you... Hold on, Can I...
Alright, look, sorry, I was bouncing like 10 plates at the beginning of this stream. Don't...
That's fun.
Oh,
Don't
you're
worry about
good. I need to know if I can redeem my... If I can, like, refund my own points.
Oh god, I go to open up Twitch and immediately I just see bazongas. God damn it, now is not the time. I have D&D to play!
Providing distractions. Is chaos?
Not enough blood going to the other head. Alright, let me... You can't claim me today. Sorry, cheese, good god.
Holy shit.
Not the 2Ds you need to focus on. Thank you, Ben. That was the right answer.
Cool.
There we go. And that should
So I
be-
can refund my own points that I spent. Good to know.
Cool. Alright.
Infinite points.
That is I believe now we are ready to begin. After I change the music.
Yeah, I got my cup of coffee, I got my character sheet up. I'm good.
We'll recap a little bit of the description from last time, but bring it a bit fresh in folks' memory. A slight warmth tickles the skin and gives respite from the harsh chills of nights before, the taste of blood finally cleansing from your palate. Instead, faint whiffs of sweet lemon, pine smoke, and fresh timber carry on the current as the soft, pale white glow of the windows illuminate the lightly thawed frost and snow on the ground. A wrought iron gate and a low stone barrier separates the mostly fallowed garden from the wilds beyond, with only star anise breaking through the dead and dormant foliage. Romara walks up with the jingling of keys in her hand, reaching up to unlock the gate with a dull signaling your arrival. Then, she steps forward and looks back to the rest of you, gesturing through the gulping gates with the faintest of smiles cresting her lips. Welcome to Adderlight Manor. And with that, we can finally go ahead and reveal the new map.
Ooh.
I didn't get the chance to do
Also,
Oh, yes?
did you roll the inspirations?
Thank you for reminding me! We shall see to whom the fates more kindly... You know what? Actually, I'll show them that first. We will pause everyone until the fate has been rolled. We'll give
Distraction
folks a moment
turtle,
to
go!
Alright. And, as I had said, welcome to the archives. Oh, should work.
Whoa.
Hello?
This is a bit of a big map, so you might have to zoom out.
Oops, all darkness.
I was gonna say, yeah. Unfortunately, I did not have a chance to set up the regular dynamic lighting for all of this because, yeah, because this is a massive fucking map. But here we are. Hey, pause.
Yeah, what about them? I have them.
Same.
Before we actually enter the manor, we shall see to whom the fates smile kindly upon this day. First and foremost is Ale for giving the point of inspiration. Very fitting, considering you were the one who reminded us. And
Lucky
of course, secondarily, is a 3. So Yue gets the other point of inspiration for tonight.
Is that the first one you've gotten, Mara?
No, I got a couple at the very beginning,
Okay.
but it's been a while. I just keep burning them every time I get them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What about the
But
third
yes.
one, Nature?
Hmm?
What about the third one?
So the party finds themselves here at the...
I don't
the
think he
crack
knows
of-
about third inspiration.
There is no third inspiration. Don't spread lies. Anyway.
He knows. He's just forgetting.
It is currently... it is currently sunset. Or I should say the last rays of sunset are finally creeping over the horizon until all there is left but oranges and blues and pinks.
I can't believe you're disrespecting our culture like that, Nature. But inspiration is a tradition. Sorry.
We can stop the stream now, you know. We can move on. We can save it for next week. No. But yeah. Oh shit, Code, right. What sorry, stupid question, Code. When was your birthday? Again,
tonight.
What I was gonna say, was that tonight or tomorrow? Or technically tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Right, and because I am a merciful DM, I will let you get it a session early, and so Code has a free natural 20 to do with whatever he wants with.
Oh, is that how that works? Okay.
Correct. Yeah. When your birthday rolls around, you get a free natural 20.
Yay!
So you might want to mark that separately from your inspiration somewhere.
Yay.
But yes, surprisingly,
Wait.
both. Oh,
So you get one too?
no. Can I start the game, please? We're already 40 minutes over. But yes, as I described, it is currently midnight, or at least let's see, almost midnight. As now the moon and the stars are beginning to grow apparent in the evening sky. Both Madoka and Bella are surprisingly stable, given the amount of teleportation sickness of various stages that the party went through. I believe it was Remora and Ale that vomited previously.
Yeah.
This time.
Which luckily managed to catch it into the grass, just outside of the garden's grounds.
I
Outside
imagine
the
it's
gate.
just a single pellet for me.
Oh, actually, probably yeah. It's a little crumbly, but anyway.
It's one that's been stuck in your throat. You've been trying to get it out for a while.
Remora holds up the lantern in her hand, in her one hand, just kind of bringing it up to her face, and also being able to still look at it the rest of you to properly just. Most folks are already asleep, though I'm guessing at least our resident suit and tie is probably waiting for us somewhere inside. So at least probably stayed awake. Thank you, folks, madam.
I believe we did, yeah.
It would have been our head librarian who was going to greet all of you, as far as I understood. But fortunately, there was a bit of an incident. with one of the other groups, as far as I know, that needed to be dealt with accordingly. And during that moment, there was a conflict almost on the grounds. But as far as I know, the spirit has been banished.
It's just Twitch.
Well, if there's anything lingering, I'm sure you folks will be more than able to handle it. Already seen your fighting so far. No?
Mm-hmm.
Follow me. And she'll start walking up. Bella is stable, though she's still like out of it. I should clarify. She's still like highly medicated.
Braun still got her handheld, remember?
Oh, that was Braun. Yes, okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You know what, for now, I'll give you control of Bella's token, just to keep this simple.
Yay.
There you go. And then Madoka will give to Yue.
Okay.
Hooray.
So I'm
Quick
not
question.
gonna concentrate.
Group them up
Ooh,
so
yes.
you can do things like this.
Oh, there you go. Right. Oh, sorry. Yes, Mio?
What is the current phase of the moon?
Currently... Oh, shit. That's a good question. Oh, that's a question I've been forgetting to ask. Oh, shit. How many days have passed in game?
About 3 or 4?
I believe it's the night of the 4th.
Okay.
Which would mean...
Also, it's winter, isn't it? So it's like freezing cold.
It's warmer than it was at your previous locale, though it's not exactly like there's still some frost on the ground in patches. I would say it's probably about a roughly like just above freezing. And to clarify, it is the moon looks to be almost full. I'll say. It is in waning gibbous stages.
Okay.
Or sorry,
I still
waxing.
have time.
Yeah. Indeed. And so yeah. Remora is going to slowly walk her way, again holding out the lantern for folks who can see. To be able to actually see the steps properly. Yep, watch that, there's a bit of a curve.
I'm kind of trailing behind everyone else. I'm just feeling very nervous about what what conversations may come.
Ale's also kind of keeping close to Bella.
Mora's gonna walk up and not... there is a big latch on the front of the doors here, which actually look like the front doors of like a temple or a church.
Yeah, I was about to ask if it was a church knocker.
Yes, which actually you do see now in the light reflecting this wrought iron cobra head that is on the knocker, and there's just...
Build me a number of those.
Halt! Who goes there? Oh, the fucking Chimera Battalion. Who do you think? Hold on! There's a bit more rummaging behind behind the door.
Chimera Battalion?
Never heard of them?
Don't think I've came across as much of this kind of stuff till today.
Mercenary band. Well, manner speaking.
Ah,
as they used to be.
I see. So mean little bastards we don't want to talk to as much.
And you'll see once again the head of Albad, kind of readjusting those small bifocal glasses to look out. Just thank the gods, all of you are alive. Oh, and we have guests. Okay, okay, everyone, well, most everyone is asleep. I believe is still working down at his shop, and most of the other. Sorry, I'm blanking on the name. He's not. The other heads are likely still trancing at the moment. Mora just nods.
You do have beds, don't you?
1, 2, 3. Oh. Well, we have a few folks still out on mission. Going to be back for about a week or two, so might be able to fit most of you. If not, we can lay some blankets on the pews.
I've lived with
come
elves
inside.
before. I know what it's like.
Yeah, he'll finally open the door to actually reveal the first room. Moments.
Are we on our way?
Oh, it's that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Albad.
Yes.
How bad?
Yep, how about him?
Sorry to open.
Albad, our buddy. See? Haha.
And yes, the doors open now to see a somewhat derelict but seemingly like partially refurbished church I always blank on the name.
Chantry?
Not chantry. What's
Okay.
the main room? Chapel. The main, or at least a chapel of some variety. And you can
I
see.
try and identify which saint this would be to?
Absolutely. Roll a religion check. 21. Now, it seems to be vaguely non-denominational. Essentially this could be used for the worship of multiple saints. It's not entirely a temple pantheon for like you can worship any god in here. You're definitely seeing some light and solar based imagery or celestial imagery that would be iconic to the Sun Twins, especially in like the glass windows and stuff like that. Though you see also right off the bat a lot of snake imagery. Along the carpets, you know, on the freaking padlock or the knocker on the front, which the only snake saint you can think of offhand is Saint Asclepia, which I can spell that out for you. And Saint Asclepia, you don't know a whole lot personally about, other than that Saint Asclepia does have a similar purview to things like knowledge and enlightenment, in some capacity. At least it seems to definitely have a bit of a scholarly note to her worship. Though even with a 21, you know at least that most worshippers, or at least what little bit of info that you do know about clergies of Saint Asclepia are very secretive, or there's not a lot of public information known about them. But other way. Turning back to the chamber itself, you can it's pretty clear that this room is ancient, or at least this is a much older building that has definitely sustained its own fair share of damage. As you see, like, parts of marble statues and the floor tiling are cracked and chipped. The carpets are stained and partially burnt with soot. One of the censers that would be filled with incense has since fallen from the ceiling and seemingly ignited one of the carpets
Oh no,
some years
senseless
past.
violence.
Whoops.
Haha. And you do see some more recent signs of cracks, splinters, bits of broken wood. Looks like a few of the pews got knocked over and are now pulled back up, back into place. This area has seen its decent bit of share of damage. I'm not exactly sure how the other librarians where they'd want you to stay. Well, I suppose if nothing else, I can give you folks a tour when it's not or he actually gives the party a bit of a once over of just, or maybe you folks would rather rest. I'm not exactly sure how well the teleportation took you.
Before the teleportation, we fought a giant mosquito man.
Oh.
So yeah, I think we'd like a bit of a rest.
Right. I promise. Winfried would be more than happy to give you a proper introduction in the morning, or at least within 4 hours. I'll let you I'll get out blankets and things for people to rest here. And until then, I can try to answer what I can. Pardon me for a moment. And he is going to briefly go off into the other room again. As you guys are kind of left to your own devices.
Quaint.
Oh.
So,
I was gonna say, what does the party do? Yeah, Remora just very idly just strolls her way up and then just kind of like props herself up, essentially leaning against one of the pews, just staring out of one of the windows, just like kind of pocketing and pulling out looks like a singular cigarette that she just pops in her mouth before lighting a match. Just
Ron's gonna help Bella get set somewhere that she can sit down.
no.
and Aile's gonna go over to Bella and pull out a piece of some snack, probably meat, dried meat from her robes, and offer it.
You're really tall. Food. And then, like there's the brief glint of energy in Bella's eyes. She just like lazily reaches out to take the food and just how more less chewing on it, more just kind of teething it.
Like
as she's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a bit of an older piece of meat, but it's
I'll keep her occupied.
Aile, have you got her from here?
Sorry, what was that?
Have you got her from here?
Have I got what? Sorry.
Got her
Do you
from
have
here.
her from
Bella.
here?
Oh yes, yeah. I'll take her. Yeah.
Aye. He moves off for a moment.
Pardon me. Sorry. And he just kind of kicks the door open. Like, oh. just carrying out like a bunch of like carpets and rugs that look like old and matted. That he just like like sets down on one of the pews. Right. Yes. Hopefully, I believe there should be enough for everyone, at least enough to share. Oh, yes. Were you gonna say something? Looking at Braun. Sorry, I thought I heard you.
Was gonna ask, do you need help with those?
Oh. Divvying them out would probably be good. I suppose for now. Just gonna like, like he kind of instinctively goes to grab for one of the rugs before it's like, oh right, that's the. It just sits down on one of the slightly burnt carpet. Just kind of cross-legged. Almost in like a halfway like trance position, but not quite like falling asleep. And then just looks around to to see anyone looking at him. Just well, supposed to answer at least one thing. I believe what you fought back there. I believe you're that bandit leader. I presume you were talking about. It sounds.
Yeah, he was a bastard. Called himself.
Classic.
Anyone else know his name?
Classic.
That's it. That bastard.
Well, not a name I can recall myself, but I can at least theorize what he turned into. It seemed to be a nymph form of a thirstling of some kind. Some shot.
I'm gonna be one moment. My
Okay.
stuff is completely freaking out. I'm gonna leave and we'll come back and.
Okay. Yeah.
So, that thing was. There's more of them?
And it
That
could have been
is-
worse.
For those who succumb to their desires, or succumb to their temptations of some kind, it is quite often that they will take shortcuts in order to transform into such creatures, we'll say. Typically, those beings tend to form under a particular aberration, if I recall correctly, but I'm fairly certain that'd be more Ida's persuasion. You'd have to ask her more about that. Oh, sorry. Ida is one of the other heads of the library. We'll probably also be talking with her tomorrow. At least either tomorrow morning or sunrise. I'm not sure what you folks know already, but so ask away. I promised you answers, and I suppose there's no time like the present. Or if you folks would rather rest, I also understand completely. I apologize.
And Yui just kind of looks up. Not quite dazed, but definitely just like the tiredness showing. There wouldn't happen to be baths or anything nearby, would there be?
We'd have to fetch a tub.
Never mind then.
I can help arrange for that sometime tomorrow morning.
In our
Alright.
misadventures, the name Cassius Husher came up, looking for the book as well.
Oh no.
Is this of something you might be aware of?
God damn it! Not right now.
So, is it still cutting out Tixel? Everything good? Sorry. Not the case. Cassius Husher. That is a name that's a name indeed that others of us scholars have been trying to find more information on. Which, if his name is turned up here, that doesn't surprise me, though, that dossier would be something more of to, either Winfried herself or maybe, I forget exactly who she sent on that. There has been, this isn't the first attempted, thieving, I suppose you could say, of certain esoteric memorabilia, whether it be books or magic items of certain kinds. I'm just glad it hasn't fallen into, well, their hands.
Indeed, it seems like he was planning to do deals with the gentleman to recover the book.
Curious.
A deal that fell through, and then we further interrupted.
I see. Well, I'm not about to ask you about the full details tonight.
A deal that apparently did not go through.
You can you can recite everything in the morning if you'd wish. But yes. To change the subject slightly. I'm sure if all of you are still curious as to why you have been solicited out of everyone else. I'm not. I believe at least in the letter Winfried wrote, she had made it clear that there was something special about all of you. The brow kind of like turns up a bit. I wasn't sure.
Something that ties us together.
In a manner of speaking. Oh shit! Sorry. Right. Thank you for reminding me, Code. I need to regularly pop over to Google Chrome in order to update it. Sorry.
I didn't realize that was the thing you had to do. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, things are being weird today, but hopefully it'll be fixed by next session. But anyway,
Hopefully.
just checking me now. So, all of your backgrounds, we'll say, seem to at least have shown some glimpses of some connections to powers beyond. Something not quite of gods or of fiends or fae or whatever your particular spirits or powers that you folks are familiar with.
Principles that was talked about?
Ah, yes. Seems to have at least cued them in somewhat remora. She just kind of rolls her eyes and just sits back in the pew. Right. Well, yes. As far as we could understand, well, at least theorized that all of you had been brushed or glimpsed by at least one of the principles we are aware of. I can make my theories and presumptions, but that would again be a deeper question better suited in the morning, especially to see who might be able to get you the help that you need. But how would I describe this? If an angel were a preacher, then the principles would be a script or a language, I suppose you could describe it as. You're familiar with the common schools of magic, evocation, necromancy, enchantment, etc.
Not at all.
Well, you've at least heard those terms before.
Yes, yes.
I
Well,
little bit.
it is comparable, except not simply the bounds of spellcraft. I mean, I suppose in a word you could call the schools of magic proto-principles, but that's going into theoretics. The principles are not exactly something that is widely known by the public, but they are somewhat pervasive. Or hints of them can be found technically everywhere, though they only really seem to show their head prominently in certain gifted individuals, or those who have glimpsed or seen properly into the. I suppose the common term would be the supernatural. For example, I myself am gifted, a scholar in the principle of Gaia, a principle of endurance, perseverance, law, structure, things greater than your own self, I suppose, to put it simply. And for myself, it was during a wild magic storm in my youth, to put it simply. It's a long story, but typically the connection is tied to some sort of powerful phenomena that you have experienced. Though sometimes it is merely you're born under the right star, but those are quite fewer and far between.
Or if understands what's going on with me, experience a great loss.
Trauma has often, and powerful emotions do tend to have ties with magic. I'm not sure if you had experienced any strong or more powerful emotions than normal during your travels or during your past. But it is often those types of memories and emotions that can cause the principles to accidentally utter a syllable, I suppose you could put it. And in the terms of tragedy, I believe, though, the principle of fade is quite a common occurrence with that. Oh, yes, Rio. Sorry, I thought you pinged.
Nope.
Okay, sorry. Which, if you are favored by the principle of fate, that would likely mean you're going to have to talk to Miss Yorida, which, oh boy. There's like a brief kind of pause in his voice, before there's like this mix of emotions followed by a smile of like, oh boy, they haven't met her yet. That's gonna be interesting. Before he just kind of shakes his head. But nonetheless, whatever power has favored all of you, I'm sure at least one of the scholars here is capable and willing to guide you down the right path. Now, there's another question to ask. Before I leave you all folks be, I'll open up to the floor. Have any of... Oh, yes.
How do we know which principles we are truly touched by?
Our mementos.
That is actually correct.
Do our characters know that? I don't really understand how attuning affects in character.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we knew exactly which one we're... Like, if we know that in character as much.
Roll Arcana. I'll say. And this will be for Rio because you brought it up. 16. When I'll preface this above board when all of you did attune to the magic items, and also that similar feeling in during the dream sequence. Like it almost felt like a door inside of you opened, for lack of a better term.
We
like
were
something
being
like
assigned.
something unlocked, effectively.
Okay, so we are kind of aware of which one.
Yeah, like it's like you have a vibe, but you don't have a great name to it yet.
Okay, so we don't entirely know, but we kind of do.
Right. Like.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. For example, of course, with you, Ale, you start seeing things weird, and there's a lot of light-based stuff that's been going on. And Braun is depresso espresso, and everything feels cold and empty. That's neither here nor there.
So yeah, my question still kind of stands then to Abad.
That is actually correct. I believe the name was Rio. Turning over to the cat, which I believe is currently sitting on the windowsill of one of the stained glass, dioramas of like a serpent coiling.
Yeah,
He's
just
looking out the
out
window
as-
while listening in.
looking out the window, waiting for it to be open so he can go outside.
Just pawing at the window lightly.
Yes. Mementos are prominent magic items, typically infused with one of the aspects, or fused with aspects which are one of the principles of a certain intensity. If all of you have one, man, I know that at least if unfortunately I wouldn't be able to identify them, but Winfrieda might. She likely will. To help guide, as I said, guide you folks in a stronger direction than I could. But if any of you are strong in Gaia, I suppose you'll be turned back my direction. But call it a hunch, but I don't think any of you are particularly potent in that principle. At least not yet.
Is there ways to increase our links to those or gain new ones?
Yes. Typically, it is done through a combination of understanding, your of course, your understanding and knowledge of the principle and its many facets, as well as also rituals to essentially imbue that understanding more deeply into yourself. It's difficult to describe.
This book probably had virtues like that our man uses shortcuts, didn't he?
That is likely a similar. That is a similar process, whether it be summoning certain outsiders, or in certain extreme cases, transforming yourself into one of them. Though it seems as though the method Glazik went with was, admittedly, weaker in the long run, but powerful in the short term. Sort of a power grab, I suppose you could call it. Though not without its lasting consequences.
Mentioned hunger in him.
It seems incredibly likely then he was indeed influenced or favored by the principle of ache. Which, again, that's Ida's persuasion, though that is quite a finicky one, or at least is definitely a very slippery one to work with, as far as I understand. It is merely no surprise that he ended up being consumed by it. Now, not to say that all of you would turn to such a same fate, But he kind of pauses, just kind of like sitting there nervously as he's trying to parse through what to say.
While, yeah, I was gonna interrupt there. Like, while we need to become more powerful, doing it through such easy ends is not the answer. It'll only hasten what is gonna come.
Indeed. There's like a slight like tilt to his head, but he still kind of nods like, okay. Like I kind of understand. And admittedly, that is what the OSL here is actually responsible for. It is the research and understanding of the principles in the esoterica, and guiding folks essentially on the path to, well, when Frida originally put it as the path to enlightenment, which is a bit lofty, but the path to improving oneself and their understanding in the principle that has favored them, to put it in more pragmatic terms. Which, to what end, and what purpose, you would choose to dive in and ascend into such powers, that is of your decision, and that is not mine to control. We give the recipe, we don't give the results, perchance. Or the direction, I guess would be the proper term. Any questions? Sorry, I'm not quite used to this. It's been a while since I've actually had to mentor or tutor anyone.
Honestly, I'm just ready for bed.
Of course, understood. Yeah, I can help you folks get the blankets and carpet set out to rest. Maybe if I might be able to find any seat cushions that aren't it's too moth-eaten to use as pillows. But in the meantime, I suppose I should give you folks some privacy. I'll go finish up my trancing, and then I'll go and see if I can communicate with the other folks in about 4 hours or so, to at least start preparing everyone for a more proper introduction. Is everything all right, Moo? Kind of looks over to Moo, still currently like I see you still currently standing by the doorway.
Brun was going to actually try and talk to me before Albot came back out.
I just, I'm kind of like just gonna like press up against the door. I've got my hood up, not really looking at anyone, and I just snapped attention. What? Yeah, good. All good over here.
Apologies. I didn't mean to break any sort of rest you had, but I promise that hopefully I can make it a bit more comfortable. And he'll help to start like divvying out blankets. And we'll eventually go over to hand one to Mew.
I'll just hand another little snack over to Bella.
She's just like again. You see she's at least like she's gone through like you could tell she's out of it. Like yes, she's eating. She's at least coherent enough to not bite her own tongue. But like she's taking a while to swallow anything.
That's good, but at least she's eating. Get her strength back.
I hope that's not. You didn't find her like that, did you?
She nearly died.
Ah, right. That explains a number of things.
Something about us earrings.
She was given to us like this.
After
Oh,
being
she
healed
was the.
from-
Oh, right, right. I understand now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I'm not at liberty to unpack that. At least not tonight. I might be able to help talk with Mielwyn and be getting her some more proper treatment within the next few days. But she's stable,
Anything
which
you
is
can
good.
do to help her would be appreciated.
Of course. And I am at least somewhat of a trained doctor in a roundabout way.
She is a mere innocent that was caught in the middle of all this.
Right, understood. She kind of he kind of looks down at not Mielwyn, at Bella. Again, that sort of dazed look as she's like looking out the window, like overhead, just looking like above her. Just seemingly dazed out of it, like ooh, like looking out at the stars. Just I'll I'll give a more proper diagnosis in the morning. Until then, I'll be trancing in here if anyone needs me, but otherwise, have a good night. Until close the door.
Probably after he leaves, I kind of just grab a blanket and bring it over to Madoka. Like, I know you're no fledgling, so you don't need to be tethered to me if you want to go elsewhere or here. Who knows? Maybe you can study something here.
She's still like looking around at the room. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of a creak in the seat as she adjusts herself. This is... I don't even know what to say. Have you ever seen a pin anywhere like this?
Guess for above table, have I?
Not really.
I was kind of guessing that. It's like, no, this is a first for me too. Oh, I barely understood what was being talked about there.
It did kind of go over my head.
You're not alone.
I guess we're kind of stuck here for a while.
There are worse places, it seems. At least some rest can be had. Hopefully.
Yeah. At least there's one familiar face, and she kind of weakly smiles.
Just kind of pat her on the shoulder.
Amidst the snack sales giving, Bella probably definitely gets a cat treat.
Wait, Bella gets a cat treat, you said?
Yeah.
Spits it back out, like onto the carpet.
Okay.
Can you not?
Rhea just looks at it and frowns.
It just Ron looks over. Can you not? Can you?
So Mew's still kind of like in in her head right now, and
Yeah.
when she looks up and like sees you approaching her, and you kind of see her like instinctively back up a little bit before she comes to.
As soon as you step back, he stops.
Sorry.
Mental message. You good?
There's a lot going on. Some things have come to the surface that I didn't necessarily mean to be known.
another mental message, just like, we don't need to unpack those until you're ready for it, okay? There's plenty of other things to talk about. I just want you to know that, as far as I'm concerned, you're still the strange person I met a couple days ago.
Thanks.
And also, here's your stuff to sleep on, I guess. We'll figure it out.
Thank you. I don't need much to be comfortable.
Hi. Seeming like neither do the rest of us. Does that make it easier for us?
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna make myself a little pallet over here in the corner and just curl into a ball.
End up curling up next to looks to be a small shrine of some kind. Like basically you're curling up next to like the chairs in the back for the people who aren't religious but are still sitting in. You know what I mean? But there's also a bit more of like a generalized shrine over here that seems to be like non-denominational. It's definitely seen some better days, but you can kind of like kind of clump up one of the old matted pillows or one of the old matted cushions against the side of it to be able to get into a vaguely comfortable position.
Ila's going to go gather some bedding stuff to bring back for Bella.
Anything else major the party would like to do before they clock out for the night?
No, Yui's just gonna grab whatever blankets or pillows are left and just kind of
Yeah.
like she's gonna go over kind of the dirtier area for now, just because she's she's still a little bit singed, a little bit a little bit dirty and stuff like that. So she's just trying to find a place where she can't make things dirtier. And just kind of like thuds against the ground when she finally sits, like just letting out a groan as she remembers that she just got blasted into a
dust and soot.
Yeah. Just remembering the bomb blast that knocked me into a wall. Just like, oh.
I mean, Braun's gonna do like a once over, make sure everybody's comfortable before he's even ready to get himself figured out.
Mm-hmm.
Do I even want to ask what Rio's doing right now?
Trying to find a place to lay down.
Okay.
Doing cat
The
things.
highest point in the room.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a cat
I was gonna
thing to
say, do you fly your way up or do you climb up on the pipe organ?
Just climb up on the pipe organ.
Playing keys as he goes.
There's a brief as you climb your way up, and that just echoes throughout the entire chamber.
Us gonna wake some people up.
What?
Oh
God! Yeah, that immediately jolts everyone awake in the room.
Yeah, just Braun. And no, there's elves. They'll have heard it because Braun's live with elves.
I'll check if anyone else is awake and let them know you're here.
It's kind of I'm not just kind of a tired chuckle. I can't take some things out of them, I guess.
I'll still make sure they don't disturb you. Night.
After getting Bella more tucked in a little bit with some blankets,
Mhm.
Ilya's gonna go over to UA and
Being swarmed.
You coming to hang out with the cool kids, out ya?
She just casts a quick prestidigitation to clean up some of UA's clothing.
Yeah, there's this brief like of like arcane smoke, this flash of purple that just dissipates as the not only the dust and soot on UA, but also just kind of like just in the general area. Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of wave a couple of my hands in front of my face, trying to just keep it out of my mouth and breathing.
You seemed a little uncomfortable with the mess.
You deal with it sometimes. It's just. Thank you.
Well, let us all help as we can.
I'll be honest with you, sometimes it's more comforting.
Oh, but I'm fine, thank you. Just kind of a little bit of that, like, timid politeness almost that, was initially had, just kind of comes back as she's starting to almost nod off.
We have much to talk of in the future. It seems our benefactor has a fair deal more knowledge of us than we might have assumed.
More than I know.
Hale, you also get a mental message, just like... Just kind of like looking at you, and Braun's got this really serious look on his face, and it's just... We don't talk about what happened with Mew until she's ready, okay?
Yeah, there's a return of like, of course.
And this was mentally done, so nobody else heard this.
Yeah.
So is everyone else cozying on in for the night?
Like I said, Braun is making sure to be the last to fall asleep.
You trying to fall asleep last against a cat?
He's going to. Braun's going
First
to try.
and last.
No.
The cat.
I would say UA is probably going to pass up relatively quickly. Not out of comfort, but if anything, just kind of a hint of exhaustion.
You're tuckered, sweetheart. That's completely understandable.
Exactly, because I think this will be my first long rest in a couple days. Because the previous night was Mew and UA finding Bella.
Is this even a long rest? It's only 4 hours.
For you, it's 8 hours for most people.
No, like nature has said multiple times so far. This is a 4-hour rest.
No, the elves are only going to take 4 hours. They're going to try and let the rest of us sleep.
I see.
And then the other, and then like, if anyone's if anyone's awake, he'll pop in and say hi. But like, the other 4 hours are going to be spent just like essentially preparing the place.
Exactly. Yeah. Elves are very lucky in that their long rest is only 4 hours, where everybody else is 8.
They don't sleep; they meditate.
Yep. Elves don't sleep.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So, while everyone else is like, getting settled in, I've just kind of like, made my little nest, and I'm curled up against the shrine, like facing like the corner of the room, away from everyone. Got my hood over my head, and I'm just like, curled into a tight ball, and I'm in one hand, I'm like just like gently like clasping this pendant that I usually like keep tucked underneath my tunic. Just kind of like running a thumb and forefinger over it. It's, self-soothing kind of thing. It's one of the few things I brought with me from home.
Yeah.
as the silence begins to din on the room, the very faint glow of the cigar that's still glowing in Mora's mouth as she just kind of takes a puff before just kind of tilting her one eye, kind of glinting in the moonlight over towards Ale. Just, don't suppose you partake?
No. I
Good.
try to stay away from such things.
Good. And she basically tosses the cigar on the ground and just kind of snuffs it out with her boot. Alright. Would you prefer to talk now or in the morning?
Whatever is to your preference.
I'm asking you. Because,
There certainly is a lot on my mind right now. Perhaps you have some answers.
Overhearing this, Braun, hold on, how far is it? Braun's going to shoot a mental message. Could dreamscape it?
send that to Ale?
To Ale, yes.
True. My friend Braun has a special spell incantation that can grant us the ability to discuss things more as we rest.
Are you hiding the fact that you're not asleep, Braun, or are you just sitting there?
Oh no, he's just kind of sitting there overhearing things,
Yeah.
leaned up against the
Remora
pew.
just kind of turns back and just says, "Oh shit." Remora turns back to Ale, like, "Are you sure? Like, you really sure you want to do this?"
Can I return the mental message to you still there, Braun?
You already sent it, unless you said true out loud.
Yeah, I said that out
already
loud.
did.
Yeah. I
Okay,
said
then
that.
yes, you could.
Alright. Yes, I'm gonna respond with, how much privacy is there in the dreamscape?
He's gonna shoot another message. If only you two join, I can just fuck off into the woods.
I feel that should be fine. He can give us the privacy we need.
You trust him? Yeah, Remora will lean in and whisper that to Ale.
She looks around to each of the other party members. I feel I must at this point.
I guess he did save our ass. Alright. And she'll stand up. Start quietly strolling her way over. Alright. Lay it on me.
All you gotta do is go bed.
No. Alright. Is there like a spot I need to lay, or...
It's like near me. There's not even really a range. All you need to do is willingly let it happen when we fall asleep.
Alright. In that case...
It takes about an hour for Braun to get casting, but...
In that case, yeah. Remora's gonna take the opportunity and stroll her way up onto the onto the bench over here, the pew. Just lean back, puts her hat on the front top of her face, and lays her hands behind her back of her head.
Yeah, Ayla also let herself drift off to sleep.
Yep. And hour passes, Braun finally conks down himself, and dreamscape.
We'll keep it brief.
Yep.
It is as described before. The cabin is fresh and the sun is warm on the both of your faces as you the three of you appear once again and on the front yard. The faint smell of wood smoke and apple pie of like a chimney is kind of faintly wafting through the air.
The moment they wake up inside, Braun's going to shift and, as he said, fuck off into the woods to do some hunting to try and keep his mind away from the cabin as much as possible.
All right. This is. Only felt stuff like this a few times. It's been a while.
It seems like a useful power, and in many ways, perhaps safer, if Braun is the only one who could potentially hear.
That is a fair point, but if we are dreaming, I suppose there's always a chance of something, but more walls is always nice. Anyway, so seems as though you've also seen it.
You have visions as well, then?
Not as frequently anymore, but memories are always vivid. Never got any blurrier.
What I see many things, but some of it is more certain than other things. One particular vision definitely comes to me. Something terrible that will redefine the world.
Well, I don't suppose you got any names.
I don't. All I know is something burning, something divine being used as power for something.
An angel.
It seems that way.
I saw.
It leads to some terrible things, but I have hope that I might be able to do something. Why else would I have my power?
I know. I can't promise that it'll be the end of the world if this happens or not, but definitely a tragedy. I don't suppose you've ever seen this before. And she holds out her holy symbol. Yeah, this sort of like, the sort of weird, sort of esoteric looking eye emblem framed behind it with a sun. Though even like looking even further now, the sun's like rays almost look like sword blades. Like they're sharp and intense, sticking out of it.
Okay, and have I seen it? Anything like that?
Religion check. 15. Well, it's definitely a bit more archaic looking. But it seems to be a bit more of a less refined version of a modern holy symbol of Kalian, the being worshipped by the radiant clergy of House Keenereth, who are, to put it short, a group of xenophobic, militaristic, hyperzealous sun elves, and which make up the majority of the sun elf population. Essentially all Sun Elf families, noble families included, are under. Oops, sorry. Sorry, for some reason the ambience got a bit louder for a minute there. On my end, whoops.
Yeah, some rain.
Caught me off guard. Anyway. But yes. Yeah, it is a holy symbol of Callian, in which at least the Kinerethi worship him as a god. However, he actually was a physical person, a hero from the old world, who supposedly helped to slay the first fiend, and essentially stop a tragedy known as the Ten Shrami Crusades. But the Kinerethi have taken that story and kind of dialed it up to 11, for lack of a better term. Needless to say, those who praise Callian are tolerated. Those who worship Callian are barely tolerated.
Okay. There's just
due to the
a
practice.
nod of recollection from Ale. I have come across such in research.
I can tell you now that ain't with them lot, not anymore. If that's what you're thinking. Worship them. I praise the man, hate the clergy. That makes any sense? Ain't showing
That
no
makes
love
perfect
to me.
sense. We all go through phases of our lives.
Well, I think my phases of change are mostly over now. Well,
It's almost as if George Washington had a cargo cult.
sure. I'll go with that. But anyway, shush. Shush, Braun, you're not here.
Well, I am actually.
You're off
Keep in the
screen.
woods.
I'm... Call me crazy. Well, I suppose we're both. But... I'm fairly confident that the angel that we've seen chained up and burning in that lighthouse, or whatever the damn thing is, fairly confident that's our hero. What that means, and what that spells, I couldn't tell you the faintest. I'm not sure which is worse. That's roundabout way the those Kinerethi have been proven right. At least he's divine, or of some sort. But he's dying. And I'm not exactly sure who's lighting the flame. All I've ever seen is that damned eye.
Damned eye. I encountered something similar in a dream.
Hmm? Well, go on.
The lighthouse with burning intensity to it. Focused out like an eye.
A beacon in black.
It's where I found my memento.
Brow furrows a bit. Kind of looking you up and down. Kind of holds out a hand expectantly.
Il's going to withdraw her stone to show it forth.
She cocks an eye, like she cocks an eyebrow, but curiously looking at it, like before kind of shaking her head, like and a bit of affirmation before handing it back. Well, whatever it is, it ain't demonic or infernal or whatever the term be. Ain't nothing that belonged to that island, I can say for certain. But looks familiar. So I thought I saw a captain holding something like that. Not quite the same, but something similar. That was years ago.
I see. Well, there's still so many questions of what this all means, where it all came from. But to me, it seems I'm on the right path. And if this means that my path is to save this Callion, then I simply must continue to walk it, to do what I can to make sure the world stays a better place.
Suppose we can't expect gods to do all the work, can we?
They're too busy in their own affairs.
Ain't that the truth? Well, certainly got the preachings of Winfred, that I can say for certain. But all but confirmed at this point, you're probably favored by Lens.
Ah, I see.
I'm not not the teaching type, but Lens is powers of, well, perception, of course, and lights, and all that is seen and can be seen, if you want to get all hokey in that, but it's also perception in the mental sense, kind of points at her head a bit. Faith, and belief, and logic, and willpower, at a certain point, and concepts? I don't know if that would be the common term for it.
I see what you're saying. Well, I wouldn't say I'm much for faith. I've seen many things from many lands. Ancient things of power.
Yeah. And I've seen researchers with just as much fervor as priests, so... And yet they both shine with the same light. So...
Indeed.
She shrugs. But... I'm not about to get on a soapbox. I'm not about to get up in the pulpit for that. Not my place. Not anymore. Afraid that's about... You know about as much as I do now.
Thank you.
Of course. It seems we're both on the same path now. Well, we weren't already.
I appreciate your candor with me.
I got the faintest of who or what's given us this vision, but eager and willing to follow through with it, and I think it seems as though at least these book types are a step in the right direction. No more than I do, that's for certain. I suppose that's about enough for today. As she kind of stands up and goes to she goes to find a spot to sit down to lay down before she realizes wait, Oh, right. We're
Yes, we're
Here.
already well asleep. You've got time to do whatever it is you might wish to do.
I've probably got some pondering and reading to do myself.
It's at about this point Braun comes back with some kind of like dream deer in his mouth.
Yeah, at this point, like the frost is starting to form, and like the deer, like the deer that he's dragging is like halfway desiccated. Like it's not fully decaying, but it's like, oh, it's been sitting out for a couple weeks. But
Yeah, he
like,
just kind of
oh,
drops
crap.
it.
Oh, yeah.
It was more about the principle than anything else. Even the wildlife around here's not. Are you two already done with your discussion?
I
We are.
could have aimed a bit
Good.
higher. Could have taken the juggler out quicker. Kind of gesturing with her sword, like pulls out her sword and like gestures to the neck a bit.
I wanted to give you guys your time. Fuck, that's annoying.
Mm.
And I'd
Yeah.
like to use one of the hours here to practice awe.
Sure. Oh, I guess you could do that in Dreamscape, couldn't you? All right.
Sorry, what were you practicing? I missed that.
Nothing important. No.
Testing.
But yeah, if you're, you'd absolutely be able to practice your power in here to learn it. Absolutely, going ahead. In the
Power,
meantime,
okay.
Yes.
in the meantime, Ale, you doing anything special or weird with your time?
I don't suppose there's any chance that I can conjure up the book that I haven't even looked at.
What book?
The
The Portolan?
no, the grill in its kiln.
Oh, the Grail in its kiln.
Rio has that.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. If
I've
it's
only
not,
gotten quick looks at
if
its
it's-
cover.
yeah. Unfortunately, no.
Alright, well, then I will just read what I can, what I have on me that...
On one of the bookshelves is just a bunch of weird smut on like the upper half of the shelf, and on the lower half is a bunch of like kids' books.
Because I do have that, the Portolan
Huh.
still. I have read a little bit of.
The bookshelf of a family.
Moving past that weird detail, yeah, Ale, if you want to, I'll say if you want to try an investigation check to read the Kizignol Portolan, 1519. Would you like to use a point of inspiration?
Sure.
All right. 17.
But better.
One moment, please. Because now I gotta pull up other notes.
Ooh.
So, I believe this is your first time actually getting deep into any information about it.
Yeah, I'd given it a quick glance earlier.
Mm-hmm. Now, as has been described previously, the Kisigno Portolan consists of nautical charts of the many port cities along the uncaged coast in Ebru Sheget. Basically, like the eastern coastline of New Arcaster, as well as like one of the islands beyond, including the safest routes over open sea to reach them. There's a note beneath the front cover stating that this is the, quote, unedited edition before the clergy of the Tide Father got to it. The Kisiknol Sea, while less dangerous than the waters of Bajanamun, has yet led sailors to hug the coastline as far as they could if they wished not to gamble with the wrathful tide. However, those filled with wanderlust or desperation strong enough to tread upon open water have found themselves guided by the lighthouse of Hermit's Isle. This charter was made in the year after its abandonment. The charters still show its routes, though the pages showing the isle stick together with sea salt and amber wax. It takes a moment to, like, as you see where those pages would be in the nautical charts, it kind of pry your talons very gingerly and delicately trying to peel it apart. And when the pages finally split, a tide of ebony ink soaks the paper. The names of islands are scrawled, then scraped away to show white bone knives breaking their coasts. Routes are snaking and inconsistent, and even still, they change opening it a second time. The only constants on this map are the Hermit's Isle and the black ring of coral at its base, beneath the waves. There is an odd assurance to this, as turbulent its pages are, that what you are seeing is indeed true. You have learned a second way to the Black Coral Door, and after reading this text, you also gain the fleeting of coordination. As you finish the last page, and go to close the book, you feel this weird alignment within yourself. This quasi out of body experience, almost like this very physical or emotional connection with the text that you are reading, and so you gain what is called a fleeting.
Yeah, that's not raw enough. There's still cooked bread.
Josh.
The raw PB&J would be some like
Dave Tixel, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, I thought I muted.
Beautiful. But yes. The compass of birds, the push and pull of the world's axes, the alignment of the heavens. Certainty of direction. Wherever you must go, you are assured your steps will align with the map in your mind. This fleeting has aspects of Lens 2 and Gyre 2. To activate this fleeting, it is a wisdom saving throw. On a success, the creature gains a bonus to any wisdom or intelligence skill checks made to navigate, prospect, or discern the location of something. This bonus is equal to the fleeting's degree. When used while dreamwalking, it gives a bonus equal to half the fleeting's degree. Upon a failure, however, the fleeting will turn into fascination of an equal degree. So, I get to describe the mechanics of fleetings now. So,
All right.
Yay!
Long story short, a fleeting is essentially a powerful emotion or memory that extends beyond the physical body's limits. It is an experience that your body cannot hold, but still nonetheless has power. So, it seems as though you are at least able to gain fleetings through at least reading this book, if not other books. But presumably there are other methods of gaining fleetings as well that shall be brought up later. Until then, this fleeting will essentially is a single use. It will last until your next long rest, unless you spend your long rest focusing on that fleeting, which means you wouldn't be able to dream or dream walk while trying to hold on to it.
Okay.
However, you can either expend this, basically as a free action during the particular skill check you wish to do, or this can be used in other magical means that shall be dived into later.
All right.
So now you have the fleeting of coordination in your mind.
All right. And sorry, what type of? How would I use it again exactly? It's like.
Essentially, whatever would give you the bonus for it, you can expend it as a free action. If you're making a wisdom or intelligence check to navigate, you can spend this as a free action to gain the bonus.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Or be able to spend this during other magical means, which may or may not come up later. There are multiple uses for this, but yes.
All right. I was just trying to figure out like when exactly I use it. Like, is it like an action to make it happen, or
Yep, it's a free
a
action.
challenge yet?
Oh,
Yeah. Okay.
one other thing I will clarify for this: every time you have, well, actually, now that you have essentially succeeded on the skill check to read the book, you can essentially spend a long rest reading this book again to gain this fleeting.
Okay, so it's only for a very limited time after I get that. All right.
Correct. It is
And
indeed
then I'd have
fleeting.
to get it again. All right. Yeah, no worries.
Hmm.
All right, I think I understand it now.
This does bring me a question.
Yes.
I don't
What is your
mean
question?
to prolong this, but
We'll probably start wrapping this up quickly.
you mentioned the dream walking.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a dream. Can I try and make my way to the Mist Sedge?
Okay.
Even though it's
I'll say.
Or, it's less I do it, more do I feel like I could.
Let me check something real quick.
Do our characters know that we know the way?
You know the way. And that's all I can
But
say.
do we know it, or do we like know that we know it? Is it instinctive, or are we aware?
Yes.
See, that's the problem. This is more also. So part of this is Braun testing the limits of the dreamscape.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, I'm trying to check what this was specifically. Give me a second.
Because I'm not gonna.
You're pulling
take
some
up
weird
all that
shit right
time.
now, and I love it. Hang on.
am. Like, we don't have enough time. We've already done the discussion.
I'll say roll a
practice
Constitution. Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but roll a Constitution saving throw with disadvantage.
You got it, my friend. I can definitely do that. Can't wait for the rare nat one on my Constitution save.
Nice.
10. So, as you begin to let your mind adrift a bit, trying to close your eyes and begin to walk, trying to feel your way forward, and as the winter snow begins to fall around you, the mist kind of gets more cloudy and heavier. The further and further you walk into the woods, before eventually you kind of feel this like pressure against your body, not like you just hit against a brick wall, but almost like this pull or this push of like a blanket against you. And as you kind of like try to keep pushing against it to pass further, you feel your vision slowly fade further and further, and you drift off into dreamless rest for the rest of your sleep. As does Ale and Remora, because the dreamscape ends.
Whoops.
It was worth a shot, guys. I'm sorry.
And then what I will say is that you feel like you were on the right track, just maybe not here.
You're the wrong way.
Yeah, see, that's what I was kind of thinking was like.
You're following the right way, but you're using the wrong door.
Yeah. Well, no, we're not using the wrong door. We found basically a fucking tapestry wall in the way, and we need to find the door. That's the problem.
Bingo. Alrighty. In that case... sorry, I'm trying to change over something real quick.
Sometimes I love how clutch I can get with Braun. So
It
weird.
is. To clarify above board, I don't believe anyone has the capacity to trance.
No.
Yeah.
No, not really.
No.
Meditate, sure, but not trance.
So, it is finally the dawn of the 5th day of Ninguis. In which the morning sun slowly creeps in through the stained glass windows. And you know what? Could someone please roll a D100 for me? $32. Sorry, checking.
Oh, no worries. It was just me stretching. Don't mind me. Just groaning as I
The
stretch.
weather table's as random as our local weather here.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting
Median.
snow tomorrow, potentially.
Oh god.
And just as quickly as the sun gives way and gives a nice warm glow to the into the church, just as quickly as that glimpse snuffed out as a thick cascade of clouds collapses the brief god rays that break through the blanket overhead. It is heavy clouds currently this morning. For the sake of mechanics, the entire environment outside is lightly obscured.
Oh boy.
But yes, you do hear the faint commotion of talking and rummaging. Both further in, essentially past this door, seemingly beyond it or outside, as well as further on in this in the room that Albad went into over here. And so it's calm. It's not. It doesn't sound like sounds of fervor or combat or anything like that. Just it seems the building's waking up for the morning. You know, I believe it's probably going to be Braun and the two, Remora and Ale that slowly stir first in the morning. Just
That did not turn out the way. Oh, right. Sorry.
Do you always shout?
Shout?
You're a very loud person. It's like Remora slowly clambers up, putting the hat back on top of her head and realigns herself.
I do not try to be.
Oh, Cat's awake. So I see Rio just zooms past.
As I say, yeah, probably seeing you. Her position's changed quite a bit. She's now curled up tightly into a ball, all of her hands seeming to hold on to something a little bit, but it's hard to see because the blanket's covering.
Just a gigantic ball of fluff.
Just a giant striped ball.
There's just a bit of a tent of the wings buzzing, fidgeting.
Yeah, just.
I try not to be.
Is everyone
Sorry.
awake?
Don't think so.
Okay. So what? Well, good morning, anyways. Few of the folks are getting alive and getting to work this morning, though. Winfrey's at least made sure to clear up her schedule to help with the tour for today. She's currently making herself proper. How have our stowaways been? Looking over towards Madoka and Bella, who are still currently like, Madoka is like. Madoka is like clocked out, like legs sticking out one like each way, like almost like half on her back tail, like tail feathers sticking out.
Yeah. So you say she's ready to go? That just doesn't work.
Shut up. And then Bella is like slowly stirring. Just like, oh God, it's my head. What happened? All I remember is jerky and oh God, there's a man.
You okay?
I know you. Where am I?
You're, where are we again?
Well, this was
like
once.
The name.
Well, this was once the temple of the Ladder Templars, but currently we've been referring to it as the Adderlight Archives.
Adderlight Archives.
Okay. She kind of like grasps at her neck a bit and like kind of like she seems a lot more awake and a lot more alert as she just kind of like curls her legs in, looking around, taking in her environment. Just, you saved me. Why?
I don't know if you'd say I saved you, but
We had to.
I'd say more she saved you, but you're in danger, so you needed saved.
Right. She kind of like clams up a bit. She's kind of staring off in the middle distance, like kind of through Braun's chest a bit. Thank you. I do appreciate it if that's anything.
I was just making sure you're doing all right, as he then was kind of a way to give her space.
Take as much time as you need. As you folks need to gather your bearings. I was at least going to wait till everyone's awake before I run the morning bell. Kind of briefly, like kind of clocking, looking at everyone. Before the gaze turns back towards Mew in the corner. I imagine still curled up in the blankets.
Yeah.
Ron's gonna kneel down next to her, but not like move to shake her or anything just yet.
I'm awake.
What was that?
I said that I said that I'm awake.
Oh, okay.
Stir a little bit.
Sure. Just making sure that you get your sleep well.
Had better nights of sleep, had worse.
Fair enough. Facilitated a discussion between it's not worth talking about. Just making sure everyone's good before we start getting ready.
The door kind of slams shut behind a figure that just walks in, kind of jolts her like, oh, kind of jolting up this somewhere like 6.5, almost 7 foot tall moon elven woman cresting through.
Probably hearing the door slam, like Yue almost like just like shoots up into a sitting position, just kind of almost a hint of blurriness for a second as one of her hands kind of reaches out for one of her swords before she starts to catch bearing.
Sorry. Didn't mean to startle you. Didn't mean to wake everyone up. But I thought I managed to catch the door on the way back. And yeah, you see now, Yue and everyone else looking, as I said, this somewhat paler moon elven woman. This bright silvery hair, seemingly like tattoos or markings going down her face, in this sort of like kind of like almost a filigree pattern. You can kind of see going along each eye. All right, I'll bring up the full art. Yes, I didn't mean to bother everyone. I'm the it is I'm head librarian Winfrieda. Pleasure to meet you all properly. This time around, didn't mean to disturb you all. Hope everyone slept well. And there we go. There's the artwork of Winfrieda.
She's so pretty.
Mm-hmm.
So it begins.
From Warcraft.
I was gonna say, yeah, that is a Warcraft night elf priest if I've ever seen her.
That's not a night elf, that's a high elf.
No. She's a moon elf. There's a difference.
Right.
That is a night elf.
You bitch.
High elves have shorter ears that are also more vertical.
No, yeah. Oh, I'm
Blood
sorry.
elves.
In Nordareth terms, she's a moon elf.
Yes, she's a
You
moon
She
elf.
seems
Yes.
pale enough. My apologies.
Yes.
Well, the moon's at night, so that works.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Love it. It's still
No.
very pretty. I
That's
spent
why
many
they're
years
called
in that.
that. Anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yes, same.
I sincerely apologize for not being able to introduce myself properly before your first mission. There was a bit of a mess to clean up here at the archives. Nearly had a lot of records end up getting compromised, to put it simply. It is at least a mess that we've been able to clean up most of the stains, but it was a. All I'll say is glad the prestidigitation is able to work as persistently as it does. But that's nothing that you folks need to be bothered with. It is pleasure to meet you all finally firsthand today. She will go out and go to shake, go to start with shaking Braun's hand, before reaching out to the others. So you've already gotten yourselves well acquainted with Verona. Been able to offer her aid. So as Remora just kind of groggily, again, is just kind of wiping the sleep from her one good eye and just kind of just shudders a bit, just again trying to get herself awake. Please tell me someone made some coffee. Soon, Verona. Until then, there's still a few things I need to talk with these lovely folks about. If you would like to hush along, by all means. But your assistance is no longer required. Finally, all right. Well, I'm not good with goodbyes. And she just jolts past. Just kind of shoves herself past between Ale and Braun. And then just kind of starts walking her way towards the door. See you all at breakfast.
Yeah, and Yue kind of grabs at the sturdier parts of the pew next to her and slowly brings herself up, kind of picking up her blades and kind of attaching them to her sides, just out of habit, and quickly preening her clothes a little bit from bedwear.
I can promise you there is no danger to be had here. Not anymore, at least.
Fair. Consider it a habit.
Of course, of course. Still not entirely certain who caused the breach, we'll put it. Though I believe I have a few theories, and also at least whoever caused it has since been dealt with. But not the case. I'm sure you folks have plenty of questions. I'm not sure how much Albad had clued you into putting the night before. I at least know that he caught you up on the basics in terms of principles and what has brought you here to our door. But I can at least assure you, and I'd like to pressure this above boards, that you are not forced to stay here. You are able to go as you wish. We are merely more than able and willing to hire you and take you on as members of the Order. And if you would like answers and would like guidance as to the powers you have been gifted by, we are more than able and willing to guide you in the right direction and ensure you get the help you need to help control it, we'll say.
Braun raises his hand.
Oh, yes, Braun, was it?
Is this only referring to the principles, or also the, he reaches over, touches, ale and caressive fires on her? Or that?
Is it? Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes. We can also help out somewhat with that. Admittedly, we don't. I'm familiar with your kind. Oh, that came out weird.
You people.
Or the
talents.
Hey,
I'm afraid we don't have any other psionics with us currently, but I'll see if I can scrounge up any materials or possibly a tutor.
is that the first time Braun has heard the term psionic?
Roll an intelligence check.
I believe that's the first time you've said it actively in-game.
Oh my god, world first in a world that's been around for a while.
Maybe. 15. You've heard of the term before in passing, but you know jack squat about it. Other than just, like, it's usually in the context of, like, weird folk, like, weird stories and myths and tales of just, weird shit that you never could believe is real.
Of course. Nothing can be fucking simple.
I'm afraid I apologize. No, it is all right. Though admittedly, most things in this world are indeed connected in some way. But I can at least confirm to you now that the principles are not. There might be a trend, but there isn't any direct correlation between your powers and the principles. Oh, and they might be able to work in tandem. That is something I'll have to research. Presumably they could. But
I imagine by now the caress of fire has dissipated.
Yes, yeah, she just kind of goes off. I'm sorry, yes. I'm getting out of sight. Is everyone eager and ready, or standing?
Ready? Yep.
Yeah,
Ready.
you just kind of look. You just kind of takes a look around. And like, as ready as I will be, you may have to refresh me some. I didn't quite catch a lot last night. I was
Of course.
a little worn out.
After we do a bit of a quick tour of the premises, I will be going ahead and helping to identify. I had heard that each one of you has a memento of some kind, which would be graciously be able to help point you in the right direction. Hopefully.
Yue instinctively
Yes.
grabs at hers.
Ron's
Rio's
chest
perk up as
goes
he hears
over
about
the
that.
Yeah,
front,
it's,
front end.
You don't need to pull it up now.
yeah,
if you'd
not
ra-
pulling it out, just touching
Oh, yeah.
it.
Yeah, front
it's-
end instinctively goes over the kind of like lump in his
His
what the
pocket.
heck
if
it's
it
called? In
if
his
it is very
part-
personal to you, I can
Over his
you
chest.
can show it to me, each of you privately. But that's something that can wait till later.
Mhm.
Yes. Oh God, it's been so long since I've done this. Follow me.
You also want to go back to your wallfly thing for a little bit. It
Oh, yes,
looks like
thank
it's
you.
lagging behind. Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, I always forget. Like, wallfly is only basically has camera privileges. I can't actually move tokens during it.
Mhm.
Oh,
No worries.
why is that able to be seen? That's weird. Sorry.
Dun dun dun. There's a health
Oh,
bar.
right. Oh, sorry, that's
Is
Remora.
that Remora?
Oh, that.
Yes.
Oh God, that's Remora.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, because she's because of the way
character
she's
token.
statted.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? That's fine. We'll keep it that way.
Yeah.
You
I'll say-
hear
We have Remora
commotion 2
vision.
buildings beyond.
You is gonna kind of trail towards the closer to the back of the group, just because again, she's not exactly wary is not the right word, but it's definitely just out of depth.
Yeah. Ron
This
just kind
whole
of goes
real
over
new
to
to her.
Bella, just like, are you following too, or do you want to just stay here for now?
I think I should probably rest.
I was
I
gonna
just
pat her
taken-
shoulder for Rio.
Madoka's still out, by the way.
I just kind of glance at Madoka for a sec, or Yui glances at her for a moment, almost just kind of smirks and ramble.
I can help them catch up later.
Thank you.
Nice.
Of course.
So I'm walking past Bella. I just kind of like, turn to, glance in her direction for a moment, and just the smallest little like smile creeps across my face. Before I continue.
Roll charisma.
Charisma.
Is 15.
I mean, that is where it comes from.
She kind of pauses for a minute before, like, she just kind of silently does an equally soft smile and kind of nods in return, just before she just kind of does like a small wave goodbye before she once again kind of like huddles up, like sitting properly on the pew, just kind of looking out the window.
My tokens keep flying up to the floor.
Yeah, then what you do? Yeah, I wouldn't suggest moving too deep into the void.
Yeah. Don't go into the darkness.
All right. So now I get to reveal the courtyard, the main gardens. Ta-da!
Ooh.
Oh no, more pretty people. Sorry.
As Winfrey
We got
strolls
classes.
out, leading the party in tow, I suppose instead of the details of the beautiful garden you have walked into, I can start with the characters, because that seems to be the thing gathering your attention first.
No, go for whichever. We'll appreciate
No, it's fine. I
We
understand.
appreciate all kinds of flowers here.
Exactly.
I am genuinely curious about some aspects of the garden.
Yes.
Oh, sure. But yes, as each person crests through the hallway, through the doorway, you are given a cascade of colors and vibrant greenery. as you open up into this main courtyard, which there is not yet. There you see knotted trees and vines and herbs, mushrooms poking out of certain ferns and corners, and these bright, vibrant flowers that are definitely blooming out of season. Along with the rose bushes and multitudes of flora that you can barely even count. Just looking through everything.
Herbalist dream.
I guess I need to keep flip flopping. The first thing you hear a bit of muttering back and forth. Mostly in Elvish for those who speak it. Just kind of like, oh, see, if we get about 500 milligrams of that, we might be able to make a concoction of this, and kind of discussing amongst themselves. Before you see the two elven ladies gather their attention. Excuse me, we have guests? Or, new students? Well, probably shouldn't put any labels on it yet. Yes, greetings. This is, of course, I'm blanking on names, she isn't. This is, of course, Miss Ida Alkarn, as well as Miss Miel Winadal. And both of them will just kind of smile and wave. The taller, white-haired one, seemingly a bit more of a stoic face, but still giving that slight sort of business smile and this like celebrity wave, essentially.
Elbow wrist.
Whereas the one with bright green hair, you could see flowers either tucked or growing amidst her hair and the hat on her head. Kind of readjusting her glasses and waving much more enthusiastically. As you see these two. Yeah, get your awoogas out now.
Oh, she's
Okay,
cute.
Ida is
She's
pretty,
very
but
cute.
Mealwin is adorable.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
We love giant hats here.
Hell
Giant
yeah.
hats and big glasses.
Charmed.
Giant hats, big round glasses, long braided green hairs, also a personal yes.
I greet them both in Elvish.
And yes, both of them just kind of nod and do a bit of a slight bow. Yes, Ida is our. My apologies. Ida is the bewitcher of our order, as well as our lead diplomat and treasury advisor, and she is our specialist in the principle of Ache. Mielwyn is our resident medium, groundskeeper, and head doctor, and is the specialist in Ichor. I promise I can help explain all of these things later, or
I'm
as
sorry,
we go.
did you say Vigor or Iker?
Ichor.
Gotcha. Braun takes out one of his little notepads that he's usually writing out like poems in, and is actively writing these down.
I can give a rundown of all of the principles, especially those that you folks are favored by.
Oh, no, I'm mostly trying to remember who's what.
Yes, of course. And of course, I probably should specify. Yes, of course, I am Winfried Illuminar. I am the augur, the head librarian of the Adderlight Archives, and I am the specialist in lens. So, for those who may not be seeing us in the future, yes. Yes, apologies. I realize you're probably keeping you folks from business. Indeed, we heard that there was some form of a sick cat that you had brought in. As Edith's attention kind of turns.
Yeah. That's not a sick cat. That's
another sick metaphor. You heard there was a stowaway. Well,
Not a stowaway.
refugees.
Aye, we brought them on purpose.
Hmm.
We weren't safe where we were.
Yeah, for their
Not for
safety.
them, at least.
I'm sure I'd be able to give her a quick once-over, or at least Meowin might be able to help something. And Meowin just kind of enthusiastically nods, just, yeah, I'll definitely have to do a bit of a quick biopsy on her, do a quick sign of any sort of issue she might have. But I'm sure me and Albot will probably be able to find something. I'm currently looking through our supplies to see what herbs we have on hand. Yeah, sorry. Probably should get back to that. As Ida just kind of nods in acknowledgement. Just now you see, this is probably going to cost us as they both kind of trail off, kind of moving further into the garden. Well, what do you think? Winfrey just has this like nervous smile on her face.
Just glancing around the room real quick. Do any of these flowers, any of these plants or flowers look familiar to me?
Absolutely. Roll a nature check. I'll say with advantage.
Can I do similar for smell of the flowers? Like, if any are like memory tied.
Oh,
almost?
using your bee senses. All right.
Listen,
All right, fine. I'll
bee
allow it.
flower. I'm sorry.
Fine. Also
Don't
an
worry.
Just
advantage.
being well behaved.
Also advantage, but UA would get different info.
That's more than fine.
So first off, UA with a 14. You recognize a number of flowers here that are definitely out of season, like foxglove. You see a multitude of different the flowering herbs. So there's actually a few like garden like there's carrots and lettuce growing in here at certain spots.
Yeah, the vegetables would be intriguing, but yes.
And it seems like this place seems to be in a relatively like you see some flowers are blooming, some aren't, some are about to bloom, like some flowers are fading away. Like it almost there's almost seems to be like this relatively constant shifting going between like blooming and flowering and fading intermittently throughout just all of the flora you see here. Especially around the giant snake sculpture, giant serpent sculpture, which sits at the very middle of the garden here. And for Mew, with a 21 to the nature check, you recognize... It's weird. Some of them you recognize, some of them you don't. Even though they're very clearly, like, magical or abnormal of some kind. Like some of these you only kind of recognize in passing of like, oh, this is the plant where you might have seen like the cut herb. Thank you, whoever's pouring their water.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
You're
It's the garden. It's the garden. They're watering plants. But yes.
So weird sound for watering plants.
Don't worry
Are
about
they
it.
pouring it directly in a pitcher of plant's mouth?
Don't worry about it. Anyways, yes, Mew. Some of them you vaguely recognize, even if you don't like quite recognize, remember the name of. Like, you know, at least the majority of these would probably have some form of alchemical, if not like a magical, usage.
Gotcha. Anything specifically that I recognize from home?
Let me actually grab something real quick. Sorry, pulling up all the fucking tabs today. You know what? This is gonna sound weird. Roll a d12. Seven. Let me scroll down a bit. Probably help if I go to the right section. God damn it. You actually end up seeing amongst the flowers, these sort of like brain words. Sorry. Uh, you recognize some fairy stools. So these bright red toadstools with white polka dots, of course, a very classic appearance throughout multiple places in the woods. Um, you see various blankets of moss, small bright red berries of tree thief, clustered wood lover from yellow toadstools underneath a certain log. Like, there's a little bit of everything here, both medicinal and poisonous. So, I mean, careful what you pick, but, like, they seem to be growing a little bit of everything here.
Impressive collection you have here.
Oh, I'd have to thank Mielwyn for that. Iker is the principle of growth and birth, after all, or one of the principles of creation, more on the, well, natural scale. And so, this place always is in some level of bloom, partially because of the land, partially because of her. And it's always quite beautiful, I must say.
It's comforting.
I suppose. Quite. I suppose we should. Pardon me. Excuse me. Suppose we can. We'll end off at the library. We'll first head off over to the planning room. Oh yes.
May I ask what this building is?
Oh, that is the library proper. We'll probably be ending the tour in that location, and also that's where we'll be having breakfast.
Works for me.
I should hopefully be also where your dorms are likely to be. We have at least a few open beds. Considering we have a few folks still out on expedition currently. Though, at least for the time being, we can show you, give you some places to rest. In the meantime, to pass through the keep and courtyard here. I must warn that I'm not sure if Albad mentioned that this used to be a keep or a knight's temple before it was turned into the archives. Yes. Well, this is about to reveal into the courtyard proper, and this is where a decent bit of we'll call it the action happened. So, just a fair warning. As it goes ahead and reveals the courtyard here. Seeing now the cascade of cracked rocks, of cracked tile and old bloodstains just littering about the place. Some of these almost looking decades old and refusing to scrub out. As very clearly, there seemed to have been some level of action here, as Mielwyn is... What are you doing? Yeah, that's what I thought. As... Sorry. Chat didn't see that, but there was a brief scrawling of, of painting. Don't worry about it. Yes. We are still in the middle of retrofitting the keep here proper. That was once both a barracks as well as a prison, or a ward, I suppose you could say. Though currently we have been turning this into our planning room, which will likely be seeing who shall be setting off on your next venture proper, but that shall not be for a while yet. Galen, are you decent? Why wouldn't I be? Right. Pardon me. She goes to start pulling on this large cracked stone, like heavy stone door. Just trying to push it open. Just hold on. As you hear grunting from the other side, helping to pull open this this massive door to once again reveal definitely a much smaller room than what you had seen previously, though clearly very much decked to the nines. In looks like a multitude of books, weapons, armor, very just equipment, maps all across the tables and across certain walls. Like this is it's a mess, but there is clearly some level of organized chaos to it. And of course, standing before you, just barely breaking a sweat, by opening the door, in which you see this individual. Sorry, this is Galan Clavi. Again, showing for the art. There we go. Galan Clavi, our resident shade and the lead secretary and expeditions officer, and is also a current specialist in luck. Charmed. Pleasure to meet you all.
Look, like the superstition.
Pardon?
Look. Like
I'm...
clover and all that, or that's what you said,
Oh,
right?
no. As in, lock, like, as in a lock and key. So, I suppose with the nature of the principle, there are multiple definitions, so that hypothetically could be true. I'll spare you the complexities. I sincerely hope that your teleportation here went as swimmingly as it can. I
almost punched bastard in the face.
Oh, that's rough.
Oh no, I just don't like him.
Pray tell me, who exactly was it that was the one who sent you here, to the man again? Oh, it was, one of our contacts, Ambrose Huckabee. Oh. I see.
Ron just kind of looks at him like, you get it then?
Yeah, just a pained smile from Yue in the background.
He's a special one, for certain. I would recommend not punching him, if at all possible, but I feel as though he would take it in stride. Sorry, yes, it's still a pleasure to meet you all. I hope we'll be able to become more well accommodated in the days to come. But I'm unfortunately incredibly busy. I still have to speak with Albard on plans and the whereabouts of current missions, as well as also where few folks are going to be headed to next. I don't know how much Winfried has told you about our current situation. When Winfried has that cheeky smile before, it kind of slightly fades and turns like kind of gritting teeth, like ooh. Right. Well, I was hoping to save this for the end, but if I suppose if you must insist, there are a number of different organizations we have been trying to monitor as to late, and trying to discover their concerns and their interests with the esoteric and the principles. And one of the groups that we believe was interested in. Oh my God! I forgot about the book. I don't mean to rush you, folks. Though I presume and hope it is intact.
On the car.
Oh,
Leo. Aye, there he is.
Rio just takes it out of his little satchel and places it on the ground in front of him.
Oh, quite dexterous. Thank you. Let me take a look at this real quick. Allow me.
Little fangy marks on the cover.
What was that?
There's now little fangy marks on the cover.
I can buffer those out. It's fine. Let me take a look.
Lot better than it could have been. I had to wrestle that out of the
Well,
language.
oh heavens. Well, I can at least confirm that this is indeed the genuine copy. This has been a thorn in our side for quite a few months now. This was actually taken from our collection a few months back. And we seem to have been lucky to be able to recollect it. I graciously thank you for the swiftness as well as the relatively good condition. Just kind of starts flipping through some of the pages. I forgot about that part close in the book. To put it simply, there are a few marks in here, though it seems at least most of his own work was separate. The book itself is relatively untouched, which is good. But yes, the book itself, as far as I understand, Ida's much more well read on it. Along with being a bit more of a guide to certain proclivities, it also holds a certain amount of esoteric knowledge on the collection and the usage of certain magical ingredients you can't exactly gather. Again, that is more her field of expertise, though if the greater public were able to gather some of these ingredients and these certain elements, that would likely be quite problematic. But I'll spare you the details. Either way, I am holding you folks up. I suppose you still have our resident blacksmith to speak with. I'll get out of your folks' way and get back to work. Will we meet again? Ta-ta all. Alright, pardon me. We're gonna have to go through here in order to go down into, well, it was once the dungeons, but at least it's quite a bit roomier now, and a bit more homely.
You hears blacksmith and like ears perk up, like, gimme.
Bale's gonna kind of pass through this room, eyeing the maps and other things.
Anything particular looking at, or just skimming?
Just quick glances to see if there's anything of further interest that might distract her.
Okay. Roll a perception check, I'll say. Eight. Not. It's a little hard to pick up on everything as you pass. You see a lot of notes and a lot of descriptions between each of them. You at least definitely see a map of Alshir, a map of the known world of the known continent of Alshir, along with like a few bits and pieces of notes on the edges of the map. Though you do also pass by a few maps of locations that like that you don't really recognize, or at least like they don't recognize any continent or any semblance of a landmass that you've seen, and they're also drawn pretty weird to trying to look at any of the borders of them. Though again, only really something you're able to see in passing, as Galan Clave is again going through books and passing through maps and papers. Do the books smell different? Yes, a lot. Yes, all of them have different scents.
Books smell different.
All of them smell different.
Okay, but do any of them smell familiar?
I'll say for the sake of brevity, no.
You right after you went, I did not hear the rest of that.
For the sake of brevity, no.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes, this is all a combination of new book smell, a little bit of perfume, and just like also just the smell of ink everywhere.
It's the scent of book and the scent of probably the people that touched the book. Gotcha.
Correct. And the closer you get down to the doorway, the more the sounds of the clanging of metal get progressively louder and louder. As you begin cresting down this very narrow stairway, as now I'm going to have to reveal a very separate part of the map to go down a level. Pardon me, gonna need to keep close. Pardon me for a moment. I'm gonna need to move everyone. Oh shit! Why'd I only move only one? Sorry.
God.
Hold on. Nope, hold still. Move everyone. There we go. Oh, how the hell did we go?
The
There we go.
void.
Hang on, there we go.
No, you're an orange cat, not a void.
And, last but certainly not least, at least in terms, well, like, save for one, but
Oh, we're over there. Okay.
difficult to speak to. Ivar, hope you're not too busy. Send them in. You hear muffled through the door the gruff voice of an older gentleman. As another heavy stone door, as immediately Winfried starts to like, hey, come on, you, before it's just pulled open, just with little effort. By now, you're seeing this tall, somewhat broad-shouldered gentleman clad in furs and prominent, almost like nobility-looking robes. Kind of stained and tattered, with soot. First, I will show. Sorry, I've been doing this all by hand.
No worries. Oh.
Seeing the gentleman here, and of course, roll for fan service. Seeing this gentleman.
Oh. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
So this is meant to be the fresh litter.
Gray works for him.
Mm-hmm.
What was that, Braun?
Great works for him. Did you stutter?
Einar Corventin, pleasure me to. Don't touch anything. As Braun and Rio immediately start making their way in through the doorway.
Braun was starting to get a little claustrophobic, surrounded by
Yeah.
everybody over there. As soon as the door opened, he kind of moved in to just be all like,
I just
fresh
think
air,
it's
like
so much
air.
space.
I have room.
It was litter. It was more literal.
Oh,
Yeah. Yue walks in the door with one of her
that.
hands up to show that she's not going to touch anything.
But yes, Einar is the spell sword of our order, and is also a resident quartermaster in armor. He is our specialist in spark. Grazie.
For above board, his accent, is that Borkenan or?
Roll history. I'll say Braun with advantage.
Okay.
I'm just making sure for dialects that Yue is
something
possibly-
northern.
Okay, I was like, because Yue does speak Borkenan, so it was more just picking up.
Oh, that's correct. Actually, in that case, with advantage.
Okay. That's better.
14. Yeah, definitely getting the vibes. Yeah, this is definitely a Borkeran of some kind. As for what particular area, what group, you're not entirely certain. Braun with a 19.
Braun-
Yeah,
go ahead.
Einar, by the sound of the accent, of course it's a bit watered down a bit, since probably being here in New Arcaster for a time, but like this is like northern Courtland.
Braun's going to pop into the language and just go, how long have you been here, friend?
Longer than you, it seems. I would say I have more streaks in my hair, but I think you have me beat. So that might be
This is not from age, I'll tell you that, friend.
Neither is mine. Well, most of it.
Uh,
Probably.
okay, some of it's age, but at the same time, yeah,
And
we don't need to talk further. And you hear all of this.
I was yeah, Yoi's in the doorway and she just gives a couple chuckles. She doesn't say anything, but it's not hard to notice that she's understanding what you're both saying.
Einar looks up towards you. Surprised one of the folks from far south knows the tongue. Pleasure.
That's new to me.
Yeah, I responded for Kenan. I worked alongside many and learned it from them.
I heard many of our comrades and brethren fled here south. I haven't spoke much with them, but I suppose that is for the best. In either case, if you need your weapons and equipment maintained and repaired, either it will be me or one of my apprentices. Or, well, if any of you are becoming my apprentice, I apologize in advance. And he smiles. But, as the case,
Personally, I'm more into the brewing aspects of the whole creation stuff.
Oh, you have your own homebrew.
Yeah, he pops out one of his bottles. Want to try?
I'll gingerly reach out for the bottle and kind of uncork it. It's stronger than Northern Bear.
Strongest stuff I'm legally allowed to make.
I think it's with how long it's been sitting. I think it might have passed even that. Might want to get that checked out.
I'll take a look at it.
Well, wish we had stuff like this back in Codeland. And he hands the bottle back.
Yep.
But
Corks it.
Einar kind of... You know what? He's gonna roll insight on Braun. He almost goes to start speaking in Borkanen before the eyes kind of turn back over to Yue. Before he kind of whispers it in a husher tone. Where were you from, friend?
Braun is going to mental message. I'm blanking on the name of Braun's home village.
Shit, so am I.
Did we even discuss that?
I thought we might have, at least maybe a name, but anyway, it's fine.
Yeah.
Listen,
we
Silver
have
Fox
this
has never
position.
played.
You could just say I presumed, and I figured it was like middle to southern, like closer to the border.
Yeah, closer to the border.
And you face the brunt of many things. My apologies.
I'm so sorry you cut out again. It was the past 10 seconds.
I said yeah. And you face the brunt of many hardships, friend. Apologies.
It's not. Honestly, it's not as bad as what happened when I actually got over here. Not that the place is not beautiful. There's a lot. I'm not going to get into it right now.
He nods. I am not one for conversation most times, but if you should walk in here and start talking, I'll avoid drowning you out. He smiles.
If I come with discussion, I'll bring more drink.
Well, the bellows aren't working. At least I know I can use that.
And this is the heartiest laugh Ron has had in a while.
All right. You folks are probably hungry. I should leave you while the hands hunger for work. All right. Get out of my shop.
Yeah, we'll get out of your way.
Before we go, how are you at identifying materials?
Is it metal?
It's
He's probably going to
wood?
try and pass off the bear skull to you.
I make no promises. Hand it over.
Rhea's just gonna hand over the wooden bear skull.
And I'm gonna have him roll nature.
She's gonna roll you?
Don't make it
Lucky.
weird. Don't make it
Come
weird.
on. I thought you were upset about people finding your characters hot. What the hell?
I think he's entering the acceptance part of it.
Cannot say I fought any of those beasts myself, but definitely something elemental. That I can confirm.
Would it help you if we told you we fought it in the dream?
Definitely elemental.
Is there anybody here who would
That's fair.
who is familiar with elemental stuff?
Well, given the nature of this thing, it is Albad ironically might know a bit more. I can make sure it is sent his way.
Didn't we try and show him that when we saw him first?
Well, he didn't have the books on then, did he? He smiles.
That's fair.
Thank you. We'll go to.
All right.
Go
Enough
talk to him
chit-chat.
at some point.
You think we've overstayed our welcome?
Yuan gives a quick nod and then turns out of the, or actually looks to our guide to know which room to go next.
You're losing up the air down here. You don't have time. Right. I'm moving. Ugh.
Sorry, who did you say? I didn't catch it through the accent.
Albad.
Alva?
So,
Okay.
so the first guy who's in the chapel right now.
Yeah.
The blue guy, got it.
Yeah,
The
the blue
butler
dude.
guy.
The
It's
guy.
also now just one. Yeah, as you crest up the stairs, you can faintly hear off in the distance the dang, dang, dang of the church bell ringing, finally indicating of like, all right, morning, everyone's awake.
I'm guessing that means food?
Probably.
Morning.
All right, everyone, follow me.
Food or
Oh,
just
shit.
assembly? That's
What am I
how you
doing?
do it, don't you?
You came with us. Oh,
Uh,
God.
Wait, that are the 8. What am I doing?
So, was he human?
Oh, why is he?
Hmm?
Hold on. He's not moving on
Nature-
Wallfly. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Nature was he human?
Yes, Borker and human.
Okay.
Hmm.
Just making sure.
just don't check chat right now. It's fine.
Oh, I saw. Don't worry. I haven't been saying anything, but I know.
I know. The judgment.
Alright. Won't bother.
Oh,
I'll... Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just making a comment about something Mara said.
In that case, you could comment it as we're walking.
No, it's not for Twitch to hear.
Oh, okay. Great.
Oh dear.
Understood. Moving on. And of course, the... Well, I like to call
TOS?
it the...
On this Christian channel?
More likely than you might think. No.
Over here in this Kinerethi channel, come on, guys. In my Kinerethi
Oof.
Minecraft server.
Don't start this. Don't start this.
Oh dear.
Anyways, I like to think this is the well, the piece de resistance, I believe is the Elven term.
I speak Elven. Is that the term?
It's a weird mishmash, but sure.
Yeah. Sure.
Good morning, everyone. We have a number of guests. They may or may not be staying with us for a prolonged period of time.
You should update Wallflower.
Yes, working on it. The moment everyone walks in, there is this immediate, just cascade of that weak scent of lilac and lavender perfume and leather and old books and ink is just kind of compounded in here.
Yeah.
Along with the vague smell of of roasted food and eggs and meat.
You know how sometimes when a dog's nose is like overwhelmed, they just start kind of pawing at it. Braun's just kind of like, yeah, no.
It's so much.
And there are a multitude of platters currently on the ground on the main table here currently. You see plates of eggs, you see hotcakes, you see you see essentially hash browns and grits and porridge. A lot of protein, a lot of hearty grains and meal. Yeah, along with a multitude of different herbs and spices in different earthenware jars that people are taking spoonfuls of and then sprinkling it on plates. Just, of course, I'd like to introduce you to our other, of course, Ramona, the two other students, we'll say here. We have Brenda Seraphine, who is currently studying underneath Einar, which is the dark-haired woman, just kind of quietly smiles and nods before going back to her breakfast. See?
Pretty eyes.
And also a very similar gesture. Oh, and this is Clotho Kasser, currently studying under... Again, sorry, I'm blanking. I'm back and forth between so many names. This is studying under Nerifia Yuridov, who is admittedly our current specialist in Fades, though she is unavailable unless otherwise to those who are... How do I word this? If you're favored by the principle of Fade, you'll be able to meet with her.
Braun raises his hand.
Yes, sorry.
No, not raises his hand like, hey, but raises his hand as if to shake with her.
Oh, she quickly kind of puts down the fork and quickly just reaches out her hands. Quickly to shake, just, Oh, good morning. Suppose we're gonna be bunking or rooming together?
Possibly.
Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do have an empty hall currently available for at least a group of you. Though you two would be sleeping in the rooms next to each other. Likely. I can help show you folks to your rooms after your meal. I realize this is a lot to take in, and I do sincerely apologize on that end, but I hope everything is comfortable and amicable for you all here.
As one can.
Well, I
Too
suppose
bad.
I should probably eat myself. That would be a smart thing to do. She goes to sit down at the other end of the table. As Remora just kind of rolls her eyes and just continues to eat, just not giving a shit about the whole situation. Oh, sorry, I never actually showed the picture for Clotho. Hold on.
Oh, very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Look, destroy. I mean,
So when I did say Braun reaches a hand out, that was Coltho who he shook with,
Oh,
right?
sorry. Yes, yes. In that case, sorry. Clotho just kind of quietly looks up at it as he's chewing his meal, and there's like this brief, awkward pause before Seraphine is the one who goes and shakes it. And then just Clotho looks over, and then just turns back and just he nods quietly and takes it and shakes it.
like again, this is currently above table, but
Yeah.
it's just it seems that we're the cheeriest people of the faith.
Yeah, it's just Braun just kind of like nods, like, I understand. And he goes to start getting himself a plate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So, where should we start? I'm sure some of the other students here will be able to fill in on other details. If you would like to pipe in, see the two of them like. Brenda, the dark-haired girl, kind of turns to Clotho, who just kind of quietly looks up, just deadpan, before looking back. Both just kind of both their mouths full of food. Right, figured. Well, in that case, I can help lead the conversation here. So, I'm sure there's still plenty of questions you folks have, and I'm more than happy to answer whatever I can. I already asked that question. Never mind. Yes, sorry. Where would you like to start?
I'm not sure myself.
That's okay. I understand.
Why us?
That is a good question. Why you? Well, I'm afraid we don't entirely understand yet the parameters for the origins of the. I don't want to use the term awakening because that describes something else. Kind of taking a glance over at Rio, but the unlocking of the principles within oneself are definitely seem to be tied to very strong memories or very strong emotions of the individual.
I know that the five of us fought a man made of sand in a dream.
It, excuse me?
At the mention of that, it's like, oh, one moment.
And we immediately got an ad break.
Go to ad break. There we go. But yeah,
No.
yeah, Yue like just kind of feels over herself and like finding where a couple of her scrolls are and pulls out the one that we all encountered this person in a dreamscape together. And yeah, it's the stylized face that I saw under the mask, all the scars.
Yeah, before we continue far, this is different from the dreams. As he points towards, I'm blanking on names. Remora.
Remora, Clotho,
Yeah.
Seraphine.
Mm-hmm.
Remora?
As he just
Remora.
kind of motions towards Remora, different than the one you were in.
Noted. Just kind of slowly nodding before spooning another handful of porridge. Oh.
Braun, once again, just not using utensils, is just going to town at his place.
Valid. That is fascinating. You have wonderful penmanship. Mind if she kind of like leans out, like we kind of slap, like her grab it to like slide it across the table, making sure it doesn't touch like the porridge.
Yeah, Yue stands up and reaches over.
Oh, that would be
better,
probably. Thank you. Oh, There's a... Well, admittedly, masked figures are a dime a dozen. Though the fact this was in Dream and you managed to find scars underneath. What color was it?
The mask?
Yes.
Gold.
I want to say yellow, yeah.
Oh.
He was also able to take them off, like that, and create creatures.
The place we were in was also these sandy ruins.
Hmm.
And we have part of one of the creatures on us.
Aye,
That-
the skull.
That would be also wonderful.
Weren't we gonna give that to Abad?
To study later, yes.
Aye.
Of course. But I would be more than happy to look at it now, see if I can glean anything.
Well, I'll
Aye.
take it out of my pouch and just plop it on the table right beside my
Oh,
food.
mind the eggs. Oh, okay. Thank you. It's just again leans over to grab it. Well, and this was created from the mask of this creature or being.
The weird part to me is that we have the skull from the thing we killed in a dream.
Yeah.
That's what I can't get over.
Well,
I mean, there's other things, but
dreams are an unusual thing, of course. And
Aye, I can take people into mine, and they come into my house before it just decays. And he just starts crying.
oh god.
Winfred's mouth just kind of hangs open for a minute before she just kind of slowly closes it. We'll touch on that later. Until then,
trauma every night.
well, I could at least confirm that you folks did indeed dreamwalk. It seems as though, and given the proximity to the presence the being you are amongst might have had a factor in things as well. Though, if this was an elemental based on the energies reading off of this thing, she kind of like briefly kind of mutters an incantation and like kind of readjusts a pair of glasses across her face as the normally bright violet eyes almost kind of turn to galaxies, and these shimmering flashes of different colors looking over it. Very strong in Gaia, that can at least confirmed. Definitely a storm elemental of some kind. Maybe a percussagons, but I'm not quite certain. But in either case,
Advanced.
definitely leans more towards the percussagon theory, though Albad would be able to confirm that. In either case, just kind of sets it down. If this being was able to summon these things, did it seem like off or twisted at all? I realize you've never seen the original version of the creature, but
Oh, I thought you were talking about the masked guy. He was constantly laughing.
All I remember was a lot of wind, tornadoes, and bear.
right.
Sand.
If it was able to summon this thing, this beast.
Yes, I don't remember much for this one, but what little fuzziness I remember was the last one he summoned a creature with a number of eyes, but I don't think I could see. I remember at one point. I just remember at one point.
Sorry.
Yeah, I remember at one point I clung to an item I found previously in that dream elsewhere. And at this point, like Ioe is pulling out her bell, and she just looks at it. I focused on this, and one of the stalks disappeared.
I might be able to help identify your mementos in a moment, but to answer the question about who or what that was, I have two prevailing theories, and I sincerely hope it's the latter. Or Well, either A, it is what you witnessed was an aberration. I admittedly don't even like speaking its name if I can help it. But it is a being that often goes by the King in Yellow, if you ever come across that term.
Have I?
Nope.
Okay, figures.
Have any of us?
Ale, Arcana check with disadvantage.
Oh, good.
Ale, I think, would be the only one who might be able to try. Yeah, no, it doesn't ring any bells in particular.
Dang.
I ask if it is the King in Yellow, and say it does come back, I would be very careful where you tread with them. Their power is very influencing and corrupting. But otherwise, on the flip side of things, you may have run into a Celestial of St. Genix. Though if he was constantly laughing, that does lean a bit more towards the latter theory. It's often recited as being the grinning fool, after all. In his case, he's not malicious, per se, though he is definitely a... call it a wild card, in a lot of ways. Tending to bring revolution in times of stability, and authority in times of chaos.
Constantly trying to stir the pot.
Exactly. Never one for stagnation, it seems, and most parables, at least we know of the Grinning Fool, are confusing at best. Though I suppose that is in his nature. Whatever he is definitely powerful, to say the very least, even if it's difficult to call him a god in the standard sense. But if it was a celestial of his, or him himself, that you sighted in your ventures, I don't know what to say. You have potentially a powerful ally, if it is long term, and you are able to contact him again, but it's difficult to expect anything from him.
More than fair.
Though if he visited all of you at the same time, that definitely does seem to imply there is
More
something
like-
special about all of you.
It was more like I think he summoned us together, dragging us
I
from,
think-
or at least
Well,
dragging
think
me
we're
from a
all-
dream.
I think
Clotho
we're
and
all in our
Brenda
own
kind of
dream.
slowly stopped chewing and then kind of turned to look, kind of getting a bit more interest, like taking more attention now.
I was in the cabin before ending up there.
I was in a forest where I found my memento.
I was in my village. I was too young to remember it, but the dream was so clear. The night that everyone was slain. And yeah, at this point, she's almost like intensely focusing on the bell.
It's okay. Well, it's
Go
not
on.
uncommon for certain powers to come through in those moments. Usually, the path through the principles can often be aided or invoked under certain powers or certain deities, or certain saints, particularly. Is what our order focuses on. But it is not where, admittedly, the principles are not limited by gods. there are powers that invoke the principles both of fiend, fae, celestial, of all outsiders, technically. Though there are some trends towards one or the other in certain circles. But as for who or what you commune with or what you invoke, I merely wish you the best hand. But on the topic of that, I can, if you would like to give the mementos forward.
Yeah, Braun places his the little doll down the chaos part of it.
Yue takes just another half second to just kind of, again, she's just taking in some of the memory for a second before, bringing her focus fully back to this world and placing it before her, pulling her hands back to like politely fold over each other.
Mew, was it?
Places this on the table.
Oh, yep, alright. Mew, is everything alright?
No. Yeah, I'm still waking up. Sorry. I'll take the bone out and just kind of gingerly place it on the table, because I don't know like what would happen if I just like dropped it.
Yeah,
Like
afraid.
burst into flames. No.
Golden table.
The table shatters, splinters fly into everybody, dealing 20d12 damage. Everyone fucking dies.
No.
All right.
Ale?
She'll put forth the stone and place it on the table as well.
She kind of sets one of the plates aside, kind of leaning, kind of getting up a bit to like set it over on another table to give her some space. And she kind of takes one more sip of her coffee before setting it down and kind of doing a similar ritual, kind of muttering to herself as she did, looking at the bear skull. And slowly, one by one, she kind of phases through with Yue and Braun. Both of you kind of get a tingle of that like absence of something, that void yet to be filled within you. As Winfried gazes over both of the bell and the doll with this sort of glazed, sunken, pale look to her eyes, before she kind of shakes her head and comes back clearly. Yeah, figured based on your stories, both of you are favored by the principle of fate. Suppose that means both of you, Clotho, you are going to have to introduce her to Lady Uridov when we head downstairs. And Clotho just kind of silently nods, having not taken another bite of his food just since this whole analyzing process. Next we'll do Muse. There is this energy kind of coursing through your veins and through your bones. This lingering warmth and almost this electricity that kind of continuously flaring and arcing, kind of causing that pins and needles tingling sensation through your skin. This feeling of of wanting to move your hands and do something with them for a brief moment. And as that fiery glow with embers of violet lightning and arcs in her eyes, she kind of once again sets it down. Oof. Definitely spark that I could recommend. So I suppose you'll be talking with Miss Seraphine and Einar. And Brenda just kind of like leans forward from the table to look over at Mew and just kind of like gives like a quiet wave and a smile before sitting back down.
I'll wave back.
Ale. There is this brief glimpse of almost like the sun is in the twin sockets within her skull, as there is this bright radiant glow that kind of clasps between her palms. As for a brief moment, looking at both Ale and Winfried, you almost like there's a light glowing behind the skull, behind the eyes, behind the skull, and almost seeing like this brief glimpse of the, like, you know when you shine like a flashlight under your finger and there's that like orange reddish like glow tinge emanating from it.
Mm-hmm.
There's that brief glimpse of seeing like reflecting like the skull and bones and organs going from this head down the neck, and like a brief flash of energy before she kind of
Alright.
readjusts herself. Seems we share the principle of lens then. Suppose we'll be talking later on during the week. And last but certainly not least, that yearning pull sort of begins to gnaw away at your throats and your stomach again, Rio. As Winfried kind of holds and fingers kind of gingerly, idly kind of turning the braid against her thumb. Palming it, whatever. And there is this brief kind of crimson flush to the face and the glow and this warm, eager glow to the eyes before she just kind of again snaps out of it and sets the band on the table. Interesting. That's what I was expecting. Rio, you're favored by the principle of ache.
Thorn looks at you for a moment. Don't turn into a mosquito monster.
That's highly unlikely, given
I'll
the
try
nature
not
of
to.
things. And I can... While yes, ache is indeed the same principle that you primarily were dealing with the thirstling, I believe it was, and the bandits
Yeah, that
surrounding
won't turn
it.
into that.
There is more to the principle of ache than a thirst for blood and violence. In fact, admittedly, that tends to fall under a different principle. But admittedly, that is one we don't easily have any specialists on hand. Not the case. That is all of you. I suppose at this point I have been meaning is the time to ask. I don't know how else to say this, but once you delve down this path, it's difficult, if not impossible, to go back. It is... Sorry. It is like trying to forget a memory. It never truly goes away, not without serious pain and work to remove it. And it's nothing I would ever encourage or recommend, but if need be, we can aid in that. But otherwise, we are here to help you. This is a group that is designed to improve our knowledge of these forces beyond and ensure that the right path is taken. Well, what that path is, of course, is for you to decide, but These powers can be very dangerous if kept in the hands of someone who doesn't know what they're pulling. I'm sure you've seen at least some of the horrors already, but Varys is also a gift in a lot of ways. There is something greater beyond that has taken an interest in all of you. There's great potential there. And it's just a question of finding that right key and walking down that hallway. If this is all too much for you, I entirely understand, and we can help guide you back to wherever you need to go. Whether that be home or elsewhere. But if you should decide to stay, decide to work with us, you'll be rewarded handsomely for those interested in that, but we also can provide you the resources and the knowledge necessary to hone this and sharpen it, and ensure it's guided the right place.
Yoi reaches out and grabs the cut rope at the top of the bell and slowly brings it back to her. I want to know more.
Absolutely.
I know so little.
I have no home to go to.
Well, we accept you with open arms, if that means anything to you. And she smiles.
And there's a small grin back. Kind of muddled emotions at the moment, but yeah.
Gaze kind of shifts over to Mew, just kind of silently waiting.
I have need of things that I imagine. Well, not imagine, I know. Are not easily found. That's why I came here.
Of course. I came to the right place, and, well, yes, we did call you here, but I hope and pray you'll be able to find what you need here. And I promise that Einar is more forgiving than he lets on to be.
Can't be any worse than the worst that I've met, so I'm not worried.
Fair enough. But, alright. You two? Looking over at Rio currently. What was Rio doing on the table with next to Ale?
He was eating.
Fair enough.
Well, it's talking about the skull.
This is where I need to be. I have reason to believe that I can make some sort of difference. And I just need to seek things out, to find the power, to find the allies I need to do something.
And I wish to learn more and discover this power that has fallen into my hands.
You two are quite the curious ones, that's for certain. And I'm more than eager and willing to help you on that path, Ale. And I hope and believe Ida is able to help in turn as well. Though, she might throw a bit of a fit. But it's mostly superficial. I would say she's not fond of pets, but I feel that's in poor taste, because, you know.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Do you have post where we are?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Do you have postage where we are?
Oh, I can talk with Albad or Mr. Clevy, and maybe being able to get some letters sent out. If you if you need anything sent, I can make sure it gets done in the next few days.
I keep contact with my son.
Oh, I see. You can. I don't want to take that away from you. Just I would promise and be careful of what you word and what you send. This, as much as I would love to be public with all of this information, the principles in themselves are power leagues beyond anything spellcraft can fathom, at least alone. And if word gets out and it gets compromised that there is something greater afoot, I can only fathom the consequences. I hope and pray that eventually we'll be able to speak of all of this in the public eye and teach people, but until that point, I apologize.
No, I understand.
Please can talk with your son, or write to your son, but
Oof.
be very careful about. I realize this is a very personal ask, but might I be able to read over it before I sent?
Insight check.
Sure, absolutely.
This is very vague, but just can I trust her?
No, that's fair. That's a fair question to ask.
No, that's totally valid.
Don't want to do that with advantage. I want to go normal. Where the heck? There it is.
12. You like the way that she's looking on your face. There is a nothing but sincerity. There's a genuine concern for both your sake and also like the sake and the health of the other people around her.
He's going to give a nod. All we really talked about these days is how safe he is and he stops and something's obviously paining him to say.
Say no more. I understand. We can, if you would prefer to speak privately on such things, we can talk about that later. But until then, I suppose you folks have a lot of lessons to do, a lot of lessons to partake. Oh gods, I forgot to show you your rooms. Hold on. And this I'll just show briefly, for the sake of things, because now that you guys are essentially members of the Ordo Serpentis Lapades, the Order of the Serpent's Lantern, you guys essentially have access to the Adderlight Archives.
We have dorms.
Yay!
Books.
And now I can go ahead and actually show the entire map.
Woohoo!
Or at least all the rooms that are here.
Mm-hmm.
And zoom out to look at everything.
Ooh, arcane circle thingy.
Oh, forgot a room. There we go. And so now, we'll probably be wrapping up relatively soon, though we still have a little bit yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now is about time. You guys are gonna have about a week and a half to 2 weeks of downtime, essentially in which it's like, oh yeah, there's things. In which you're going to be able to research not only your understanding of the principle that you follow, that you are favored by, but also of other esoterica and other knowledge you would wish to gain while in this space. Now, what those details can pertain to, you can discuss further. We're definitely not going to get into everything here. We're probably, like I said, we're probably going to start wrapping up soon. But if you would like to preface or say what you want to research, what you want to dive into, that gives me more time to prep. By all means.
You know for a fact Braun's diving headfirst into that psionic bullshit. What the fuck is any of that?
That is entirely fair. Ironically, that might be a little bit tricky to get a lot of info on here, but I can get you as much as you get.
Yeah, no, Braun's fully aware that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say probably after UA meets with the person in charge of kind of the fate studies here.
Mm-hmm.
What would she want to study?
Yeah, and Braun's also doing that too. That's the fun part.
Yeah. Both Braun and
What
UA are gonna meet Uradove together.
Yeah.
There is like a tertiary thing that I'm interested in, and you can tell me no. If anyone will help Braun learn some kind of additional like hand-to-hand or like martial arts combat. Not martial arts as in like monk stuff, but martial arts as in like, you
weaponry.
Know, just weaponry, just general fighting knowledge.
Okay, sure.
He wants to be a bit more useful, is basically what I'm saying.
So psionics or martial techniques for Braun. I'll say you'll have to pick one or the other to focus on. We can skip over UA for a minute. If you want to have some time to think. Mew, I imagine you have multiple questions or multiple things you might want to look into.
Yeah, I have a whole list, but I think the most pressing in Mew's mind right now, obviously, to learn to understand the principle of spark more and how that can further her own goals as far as like her craft is concerned. But she also has a budding interest in like medicine.
Ah, I see. Okay. I see where this is going.
And also wants to dig up any information she can find on her lovely grandmother.
Ah. Okay. All right. Interesting. Yeah, I'm typing this all out. Ale. I can presume, but I'd figure I'd ask.
I'm not entirely sure myself yet.
Oh, okay.
I guess, there's a fair bit that was learned today, for sure. So clearly wanting to learn more about the principles in general, and kind of like what we're up against.
Like
But
basically possible enemies, essentially, or possible foes.
Yeah, and like what we're trying to, like now that I have a name for this angel from the visions.
Ale on
What?
enemies and organizations. Fair, fair.
Yeah.
All right. And last but certainly not least, Rio. I will admit just identifying what the skull itself is probably going to be a very brief endeavor. That probably won't take up the week.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, his main focus is probably gonna be learning more about the principle of ache and the power or the what being favored by it entails for him. And if he
Okay.
can, maybe get the skull identified and see if it's a viable material to be used to make something.
Alrighty.
Yeah, and I've kind of figured out for you, especially after hearing other folks, she would be curious about studying about the Fade and possibly finding a way to further wield it. Find ways to, in some of her minds, as the bell already gives a symbol of do what couldn't be done in her past, using that as almost a galvanizing force for her future.
Oh, I just realized this is all Wallfly typing this. You know what? Fuck it.
Wallfly knows all.
So that is going to be psionics or martial techniques for Braun. Yue on essentially would be covering ascension. Mew for medicine or grandma. Ale for enemies and organizations, and Rio on himself.
Well, mainly like the principle, like
Yes.
what the principle of
The principle of
does for
ink.
him.
Yeah,
and
who he is, why. Yeah, who he is, what
why
is
it's
it,
important.
why it's important to him. Blah 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 blah. Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah. All right. That
Wait a
only
moment,
leaves. Oh, sorry.
I just feel. Can I not do both with my dreamscape?
Oh god, just dragging UA into the dreamscape. Just take me to fight.
I will
Oh, I'm gonna beat
say.
the shit out of you so many times. I'm so sorry.
Dreamscape's broken, not gonna lie.
All right. Okay.
Get it.
So, for the sake of downtime, activities, I'll say,
Because the martial stuff will be easier in the dreamscape than the research.
It'll hurt less.
That's also true.
effectively you'd be able to double your time. Like where normally it might take about a week to research a certain topic, it would take about half a week. If you're
Okay.
spending basically the day researching and then dreaming, doing more research that you can.
That's essential. I'm not. Okay.
I'll say
gaming a system,
well, okay.
but I'm not.
We'll see
to.
how well you do on the first two, and if you have enough time in the week, we'll see if you can fit in the third thing. We'll go from there.
Gotcha.
That makes total sense.
Sorry.
No, that was a fair question, and I did put this in your hands.
You did this.
Now, admittedly, I do have at least one more question I would like to ask specifically to Moo.
What is your AC?
No.
Bruh.
Are you going to attempt to follow through anytime during the next week or two? If you're there, V, hello.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you think you're gonna do the thing sometime during the next 2 weeks in game?
Probably not.
Okay. That's all I wanted to ask. Because I will say after 2 weeks have passed, you would have maybe 2 or 3 days before the new moon.
Got it.
Okay.
Oh, if we're doing weeks, that potion's monthly, right?
Pardon?
The
Ron.
Oh, yes, it is monthly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe he's taken his dose for this month anyway, so we should be good.
You're correct.
Mm-hmm.
Now...
And I know he has like 2 more.
Yeah, I think that's what you said before.
Sorry,
So...
again, I'm not trying to just...
No, you're good.
No, no
And
worries.
so the party will be going about their business, getting accustomed and settling into the somewhat cool and dank, remnants within the keep and dungeons of the Adderlight Archives. Diving into esoteric research and expanding their repertoire of occult knowledge. But during the night, at least the night of the first day here, as everyone kind of settles into rest, slowly drifting away to sleep, whether feeling the pull of certain paths or certain routes during that time is yet to be certain. Save for one. Rio.
Hi.
Right before you're about to fall asleep, you kind of feel this like tingling sensation. Something different. Because normally you kind of felt it like in your throat or in your chest or like something vaguely from the band around your one arm. You're feeling something in your pocket now.
Okay.
Cat pocket.
What's in my pocket, Nature?
You trying to fish it out from your pocket and you see the gold coin. The one with
smiling
the ship's wheel.
The smiling coin.
One side is a grinning skull, the other is a ship's wheel. And you feel this kind of like pull to it, for lack of a better term.
Can I attempt to attune to it?
Roll an intelligence check. You have vague memories of certain people. Mostly stuff you've only ever really seen like from a cursory glance far away in the alleyways in the capital city. Is that certain people would put a gold coin of some kind under their tongue, either right before they're about to fall asleep or when they think that they're dying of some kind. So it was always kind of tossed off as some kind of superstition or just some sort of custom. In case you do die, paying whoever meets you on the other side. But this feels like there's something to it. Like, this feels... There's no way about it. This feels magical somehow. This feels potent of some variety.
Okay.
So what do you do?
Well, what are you asking me? Do I want to put the coin under my mouth?
That is part of
Under
what I'm
my
asking,
tongue?
yes.
Sure, why not?
Alrighty. One moment, please.
Dun, dun, dun.
Sorry, I just saw some of the emotes in chat. For those who are long-reigning fans of the channel, some of you might know who what's about to happen.
Uh-uh.
Promise this will be the last thing.
I guess Brad and I get to meet our teacher later.
Meanwhile, the cat's
Mhm.
just over here licking money.
I mean, it's not that weird. I've seen my
Hey, you
cats
gotta
like
have
plastic
that
bags.
nice metallic. Hey, at least you're not eating plastic. That is true.
I was to say, yeah, they like licking particularly stiff plastic bags because they like the texture. Or at least that's what I can only assume.
You know what? Sure.
Welcome to cats.
Fair. First, almost forgot one of them. Oh,
He
shit,
starts
I
the
need to
licking, then just instinctively starts biting.
do that.
Arf, arf, arf. Just a little side bite cats give. Anyways,
Oh, shit. This should be quick, anyways.
Oh no, not the Christmas music.
That's not. You wish it was Christmas music.
it's beginning to look.
Oh, why is it? Hold on. So Rio, as you find yourself slowly drifting off to sleep, that metallic tinge of the gold, kind of creeping into your taste buds, and it's not the most pleasant thing, but it's at least not overbearing to allow you to put up with it and drift off into sleep. Until eventually, I will presume that Ale and Rio are sleeping in the same dorm room. Oh yeah, for the sake of this, everyone is sleeping in the same sleeps in the same room over here on the map. Reference here.
All right.
And in the middle of the night, Rio, you are awoken by a knock at the door.
Rio's gonna poke his head up and walk over to Laura and say hello.
The door will very quietly just kind of slowly kind of swing outward. And as the light kind of creeps in from the hallway, you realize it's not the hallway. Or at least it's not the one you walked in from. You're kind of getting this, there's this brief kind of whiff of like leather and tobacco, and like this pungent smell, like this like very earthy, very smoky, just kind of like almost like peat bog or peat moss, kind of lingering in the air as it kind of wafts in through the doorway. Everyone else is dead asleep, by the way. No one else has been woken up by this.
Is this the same smell that I smelt back in the dream at the start?
Nope.
Alright.
Come on in, I won't bite.
Alright, I'm just gonna
Gonna let the draft
cautiously
in.
walk in.
And as Rio walks out into the room, the first thing you see immediately, kind of slinking your way in, is that right next to you along the floor is this massive, very ornate-looking wooden altar that you see like spiderweb patterns and vines and vines and silver, almost like engraved and embroidered into parts of it. Almost reminds you of like an altar. You managed to at least glimpse up a bit, looking above you, seeing various like hanging herbs and knickknacks, and organs and jars, and like moths pinned to walls and little effigies. This multitude of accoutrements that immediately kind of assaults your vision. Before leaning over, you vaguely make out a darker-skinned gentleman with a very wide, very prominent like black top hat, with seems to be bones and feathers kind of decorating the top half of it, along with this bright sort of silver and gold kind of face paint or tattoos, very faintly kind of flickering in the candle lights. Just haven't dealt with many of your kind before. Hop on up.
Alright, let's hop on up then.
And sitting at the base of his table, looking up at this gentleman, you see this.
Oh.
What is
Well,
going
well,
on?
well.
Alright.
What do we have here? And how about we get down to some business, shall we? And that's where we're gonna have to end the session for tonight.
Okay.
Like, the worst part was when the music started doing kind of the southern playing. I'm like, yeah, as I said in the group chat, just like, oh, this is come meet me down at the crossroads, boy.
This is
The moment you said black top hat, I'm like, let's give me some Baron Samdi vibes.
Yeah.
this man, this NPC. Holy shit! The only NPC that in the possibly only ever going to be a joke Nordereth dating sim is going to be the only bad end character.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah.
He can bad end me, it's fine.
I mean, if you're willing to pay, sure.
Everything's got a price. Everything's got a price.
This is one of my favorite characters to roleplay. I love this guy.
Yeah, when you popped out that accent, it sounded like you're enjoying yourself.
Hey, don't make it weird.
No, not like that. No, like, yeah, you like this character, and not
I
in a
am
sexual way.
so sad that I am no longer friends with the artist.
Aw,
Yes, I would credit the artist here, though unfortunately I believe they're not really doing artwork anymore at the currently.
Oh, it's a
They don't really
shame.
have any context to go towards.
It's beautiful
But
though.
yes, yeah, they did a wonderful job on this. I've been sitting on this for years.
Oh
at
no,
this
they're
point.
great.
Yeah.
Yes. Also another thing, there's a lot of little Easter eggs and details in here.
Yeah,
if
I'm
you
noticing
end
the
up
doll
looking.
of the one-horned tiefling up the top.
Oh yeah,
Snake with the
that
string.
that poppet that's pinned to the
Mhm.
wall up there.
Yeah.
That's an old
a
PC.
playable character.
I was
Yeah,
also
that's a
saying,
player
I was
character.
to say that seemed like a player character.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of
you'll
little
notice-
details in here, and I love it.
You'll notice all the rings, which are accurate to.
Oh yes, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, I can't zoom in on D&D Beyond on Roll20. But I will absolutely be sending this art into the Nordereth art channel in the Discord, which is linked in the best section of the show below.
Oh yeah,
So check out the Discord and the doobly doo. Come join. We have cookies and we do movie nights sometimes if we can find out when.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the extra details for like his makeup too, because there's gold.
Yeah.
It's like gold filigree within the skull of the face, so it's part way of like
A little bit of Dia de los Muertos, yeah.
a little bit of Dia de los Muertos mixed with like Baron Samedi. Oh, this is cool.
Like, yeah, a little bit of Dia de los Muertos, a little bit of traditional African diaspora Hodu or Vodun, you know, and very much like. I love this character.
Yeah, no, this is really cool. Well, well, God, you're gonna have some fun, I think. I'm sure we each will.
We're just doing business.
You know, I think this is the first time we've ever dealt business with a cat for a while.
Why do I see like some 9 lives jokes going down? How many lives are we gonna trade for this?
I mean, you can't sell them if you want.
No, this is the guy like Code mentioned wanting to deal with the what were they called, witch coins?
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
I'm
Yeah.
also trying to ask, how many coins did I find in that bag?
hundreds.
We haven't decided that yet.
Oh,
I never did have you roll for that. Roll 2d20.
But yeah, this is that guy.
Oh yes. Also, be sure to hydrate. Rouse, making sure that our
Yeah.
turtle stays a hydrated turtle.
You find in that bag. Sorry, I'm trying to remember if I'm doing the math right.
Rel did redeem a stretch full, so get up and do
Yes, I
some
will do that.
stretching.
Oh yeah, there was also the name something or someone Joseph Mama. I can neither confirm nor deny. There's a backlog of names.
Yeah, there's another one as well
There's
from this session.
E.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
In
I
that
feel
case,
yeah, that's one.
you gain 32 witch. There are 32 witchstone tokens in the bag, which would end up being about, I believe that's 3,200 gold
All right.
in equivalency.
Yeah.
Cool.
Along
So
with
I have
whatever
40
one's
of I have 40 of those now.
God, you have
Nice.
4,000
Yeah.
gold in contraband.
That's fine. We were supposed to make 6,000 for training the bucket.
Right?
10,000. Glorious.
Alright. I suppose we'll have to see how exactly this deal goes, as well as the other bullshit, the other weird shit happening around next time on Legends of Nordaeron. Memento Magick.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I'm excited.
Okay,
Miss
I'm
Spirit, I'm
so
excited.
sorry. I'm so sorry for gaming your system, Nature.
No. It's okay. I'm fine with people experimenting and trying weird shit. Like, we're dealing with the realm of things getting blurry, mechanically. So, like, fucking don't be afraid to try some weird shit. Might backfire sometimes, but hey, you'll learn.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Rio's
there's
definitely
not
going to
much
make
on-
use of the dream, of that dream state, and maybe
Oh,
just watch them
Oh
train.
no. Yeah, no. Rio watching Braun do his stuff is also a very good step towards his future stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Soul knifiness.
Makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense.
We're trying to find, ever since I figured out how Soul Knife was like remade in the homebrew, I'm like, I need to find an actual reason for this.
Oh yeah.
Mind powers.
Yeah, that's why I'm seeing, especially how this like ascension path that apparently Yue is galvanizing on is whether that actually changes what her subclass will be.
If
We'll
you
see.
want, I can shoot you the temporary subclass thing.
Sure.
you have a
I'll
look at it at least.
I'll take a
What
look at the
temporary
special
subclass
ones.
thing, Tixel, are you referring to?
Not temporary, but like it's a work in progress. Remember?
Which one?
The psionics.
Oh, no, we're talking about
no.
the principal the fade principle stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
state
yeah,
principle,
same
gotcha.
principle. Yeah. And whether that I had an original idea or I had an idea for what subclass I was going to pick. That's that's in standard D&D stuff.
I will say
depending on
not.
how the
I
fate
guess
affects.
I'll preface this above board. Not inherently would it cause you to change your subclass.
Okay, well, I've just not picked it yet because that's level 3 for fighters.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
We're gonna be
I mean,
getting up to
there's
some
the-
fun shit next time.
Yeah.
Hey, Nature.
There's-
What's the song, by the way?
Ah yes, this is the one exception I will give to using video game soundtracks. This is the song "Howl" from an indie game called "Where the Water Tastes Like Wine."
All right.
It's a good choice.
I adore this fucking soundtrack.
It's giving me like Bastion vibes.
I was saying a little bit of Bastion. Like for me, I had first thought Firefly, and then the song that I linked in the group chat is from a southern rock band that I listen to a lot called Shaman's Harvest.
I was gonna say, we are certain that this music is copyright free, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And on the plus side,
video
on
game
the plus side,
soundtracks are usually very wonky, but we have not. Yeah, we have not gotten copyright strike. There's no inclination of it getting flagged.
Yeah, I was saying, technically, we don't need to worry about that part again. I have this happen quite often with my Persona VODs. I don't have strikes. It's literally, if I made money, they'd be demonetized.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm on YouTube and I don't make money yet because I have like under 100 people watching me. So
right. Yeah. Like I said, this is one. Yeah, this is the one exception I will give because it's too fucking good.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to watch out for us.
I understand.
Oh yeah. Oh
yes,
yeah.
yes.
No big hammers coming for us. I promise.
If I can find some royalty-free music in this style, I am so down.
Or cough, if we have any fans, cough, wanna no. If you do it,
God, no, I wouldn't. I would not.
fine.
I'm not about to ask people for custom music.
No.
For this.
Oh
Dear God,
no,
that would be a nightmare.
that was a joke. So I believe if look, I'm just gonna put this forward. If we make enough money, we might be looking for something.
I was say I already have a friend that does custom music. That's I would put forward.
She's
very good.
Yes.
Yeah, she's very good.
Oh, the fight music that we had when fighting Glazik was custom.
Mm-hmm.
That was a long time in coming.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was that was first aired during the bandit fight.
Yeah, that was first during the bandit fight, but like
it carried over into into Glazik,
yes.
yeah. Mm-hmm. But yes.
Hey Mara, where can they find you?
They can find me having my brain fizzle in the corner due to a combination of thirst and just overall excitement for how the next session's gonna go. But you can find me on twitch.tv/MissMaracar, as well as Twitter, Mastodon, Blue Sky, YouTube, Instagram.
Hey, Mara, what are you doing?
I'm doing things. I'll be building Gunpla tomorrow. Getting most of the body done on Master Grade Sotheby version Katoki, so we'll see how that goes.
Man, those definitely were words.
They were words,
Sorry.
yes.
Oh my god.
I'm a nerd. People who know it know it.
Damn it, I forgot what I was gonna say. Thanks, brain. There was something I was gonna add on to that. But if I remember, I'll remember. Yeah. The one thing that did pop in my head is like, oh boy, I just realized I called this fucking I forgot I called this college AU fanfiction. Here we go. And so now I'm just realizing, oh shit, there probably is going to be more. There is Legends of Nordareth fanfiction out there. There's one guy who actually.
Wait a minute, fucking
Wow.
Yes,
That's great.
it was for the Bloody Gold games. I'm unfortunately I'm not super familiar. I'm not sure if they're back and watching the videos again.
You need to send me that fan fiction. I need to read it. What the fuck?
Yes.
You need to hunt them down and be like, hey, we're back.
Yes. It didn't get super deep as far as I know. It was like maybe a chapter or two. But like I was like, oh my god, this is a thing. I don't know how to feel about this. Have I made it? I
so
think I
that
made it.
Okay, no, not full. Well, okay. No, there is porn of your characters, so you have made it, but that's different.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean?
Well, does it count if the player made the porn?
Wait,
Okay.
I have several questions, but we're not going to talk about them on air.
We're still alive.
Hey, Tixel, where can they find you other than apparently commissioning smut?
I'm not commissioning smut. No. I can
Later.
explain later.
Talk about
You
later.
can find me on twitch.tv/procrastination, where this Wednesday we are in fact starting Sly Cooper, and possibly on Friday are going to be doing some. If I can get the mod to cooperate, some Tale of Two Wastelands. If I can get it even closer, maybe Tale of Three Wastelands. Who knows? But yeah.
I wish you the best of luck if you can get that running. I fucking love Fallout, and I actually did really enjoy Fallout 3. Even though it's definitely not like
but
the best game out there,
Yeah.
and it's not everyone's favorite game.
oh no, definitely. But the ability to take, a lot of the fixes that New Vegas gave, and just do 3 with that.
Mhm.
That's why I want Tale of Two Wastelands at least.
We're geeking too much. We have to.
Yeah.
People.
Next person.
Hi, Talon. Where can they find you?
Okay.
You can find me here on Twitch under Miss Talon. I don't really think I'm gonna have a chance to do much this week. Maybe get a small stream in. But we'll see. It's gonna be kind of impromptu if I do. I don't even know what it's gonna be yet. Next week I'll be back for being able to do some dinkum with the turtle and the bunny.
Heck yeah! Hey V, I see you.
Oh, hell yeah.
I see what you're doing over there.
What am I doing?
Stuff.
You're being a cutie patootie, that's what. I'm sorry, that was
You're
not
being
at all.
a very good girl. All right.
Hi, you
made a
did it!
I made a promise and I followed through with it. You're welcome,
give that
Chad.
like a-
You're welcome,
I
Shiny.
give them like a 7. not
Hey,
bad.
honestly, I'll take it. I'll take a 7. For a thing out of the blue, sure. I'll take a 7. Fuck it. Where can they find you?
Now with that accent, that's a different story. But anyway,
Oh, really?
don't start.
Now doing his Ambrose Huckabee, see how far that
No.
gets you.
Howdy there, you wanna hook my shuckster?
And it's gone.
There, little missy. You know every door is a wound and every wound's a door, my friend.
Let her promote. Let her promote.
And
Turtle
just-
Boy.
Where can they
Like
find you, Gabe?
everything else, I ruin it.
And the lady boner's been killed. Sorry, V, where can they find you?
So, you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/VHXPT. I stream almost every day. All my socials, Discord, YouTube, Twitter, all that stuff is on my Twitch page. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing next week, but yeah, I gotta make a schedule tonight, so we'll see.
Oh god, I need to do that too.
Codereth, cat of the hut, what wisdom may you share upon us filthy plebeians?
Cat.
Damn, wiser words have never been spoken. And you can find me here. At twitch.tv/natureclaws.
Subscribe to twitch.tv/natureclaws. Unless you're one of the people that got the thing. Also, follow us on YouTube at youtube.com/ hold on, I keep forgetting to get this ready before I do it.
I need to get thumbnails made. I need to get stuff prepped before I can actually get those VODs up on the channel and looking
I
nice.
know, it is very sad. I'm very curious as to what the Memento Magick things would be, because Bloody Gold was great.
Oh, yeah.
YouTube.com/natureclaws5189.
That's what it was, yes. Unfortunately, it might be difficult to create them in the same style as the ones for Bloody Gold and all the old stuff, but we'll workshop it. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But yes,
Bloody Gold's the only one that had one, wasn't it?
It was only
no, New World Frontier had one.
Yes and no. New World Frontier also kind of had, but anyway. Brain words. Next stream is going to be. Well, first and foremost, I'm actually going to be guest starring tomorrow on an IRL friend of mine's D&D stream. Spinner and Wit Gaming, in which we are playing Hades. It is Hades Angels is a Greek and Japanese mythology inspired D&D campaign setting, and all of us are dead. Fun times. It has been incredible. It has been weird. It is a very different vibe and experience from my D&D stuff. So discretion is advised,
Nature
of course.
plays as a horse daddy.
I do indeed. I play as a centaur war wizard who goes by Babaj Day. I am literally the oldest one in the group in the timeline because all of us are from different timelines. It's kind of complicated, but don't worry about it.
I like that you did not correct me when I said, and I quote, horse daddy.
I am considered one of the dads of the party, so technically this is a true statement. There are two dads. We're not gay for each other. Stop asking.
Damn.
One is literally like a scarred owl twink man. He's not my type. I'm not into feathers. No. But anyways, the next stream of mine is going to be Tuesday. We might play some more Banner Saga. We might play some more Persona 4 Golden. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see. Or I might play something completely different because I'm an indecisive bitch. Probably wouldn't be Tuesday, but like I do want to get that Valheim stuff set up at some point. And getting
what
folks
night's that
together
gonna
for
be
that.
again?
No idea.
Time?
We haven't set up a date.
Okay, cool. Friday
nothing
nights,
like that.
gotcha.
No.
Big joke, huh?
Essentially, when most people would be available, is
Yeah.
essentially it. Even if we can't get everyone, if we can get most people, I'd be happy. But yes, another case. I would like to wish everyone a wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever time they're currently in. Wish everyone a wonderful rest of their week. Hopefully be able to see you guys next time. I also thank you all for the
Hooray.
subscriptions and hype trains and shit from me earlier today. I don't know how to react to it.
I mean, you thank people, of course. That's the first
yes,
thing you do.
I sincerely appreciate every dollar you give. Like this means the world to me and back. Like brain pudding.
I was gonna say, I think it's starting to leak out of his ears.
That's fair.
Hey, Nature, would you please, in DMs, let me know when your Saturday streams usually...
After stream.
Who changed the art?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Kexel!
Hey, I didn't make it. You gotta... This was a Sniffa Squad fucking duo thing. You can't just blame me.
I'll deal with that later. There's hijinks happening in the Memento Magick group chat. I'll deal with that after stream. Sorry. Positive comments in chat. Story has always been very magical and exciting to watch. Oh, whoa! I'm happy for what happens next. Nature, I love the way you DM. I had to sub to not be interrupted by ads. Valid. There's a part of me that wishes I don't have to run as many ads as I do, but like I'm a tiny channel, I kind of need to. With
Hey, you're having to run the 3 minutes as a lot of the rest of us do. So. Yeah.
Don't need to give anything in response. You earn the subs. I also want to support you too. brain, heart melting. Let's go find someone to raid.
If it makes me feel any better, nature, this is going to be hell for you to deal with during tax season next year.
Oh shit, you're right.
Mhm.
Don't remind me. All right, who's alive at this ungodly hour?
Local snapping turtle commits tax
Neon
evasion.
Harper, Celeste.
Multiple people start
Altaloon,
talking at once. Sorry, what did you say, Code?
8 times Jess.
Local
Ooh.
snapping turtle commits tax evasion.
That's not canon. That is a good stream title. Maybe later.
Yeah.
Oh, see,
Isn't-
no. So Nature Claus, the character, doesn't pay taxes because he is a sovereign citizen outside of the king's borders.
True.
Remember, guys, he's not driving; he's just traveling.
Oh god. Yeah. Tea Time Chess would
Oh,
be fun, though,
God,
but she is playing
no.
something awful spooky.
Yeah.
That is
Don't
fair.
don't
Jess
dare bring
is
that up,
playing
Tix.
Alien
Ah.
Isolation.
So Tea Time
Sorry.
Jess is indeed playing Alien Isolation. We got Brimstone Angel, which I believe Beatrix is indeed a fan of, playing Doom.
There's Neon Harper playing another Crab's Treasure, which is that
Oh my-
silly.
Yes, the weird crab Dark Souls-like.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
the one. That's the one my vote's going towards. No offense to everybody else.
Oh my god, why do we have to have so many cool friends? We're so cool people to raid.
Is Neon Harper one that I met alongside you guys, or is Neon Harper one that I read?
I've rated them
I
a couple times.
I think it was first through Mara, yeah. Anyway. I've lurked in a lot of Volosaurus's channel stuff. I don't know if I've rated him.
Yes, you did. You rated him. That's how I have him in my follow channels.
Well, yes, but like I don't know if that was recent or not. That I've rated him since.
That's fair. My vote's still going towards Neon Harper.
That's fair. Yeah, it's very cool. God damn it, Ryle! Thank you for the subscription. I love you, but god damn it. Okay. Let's. We're sitting here. Executive function's a bitch. You know what? I have Fate Rocks. All right, 1 or 2 is Neon Harper. 3 or 4 is Volosaurus. 5 or 6 is Tea Time Jess. If I can actually find a D6 in here. Shit.
How do you not have like 80 D6s? They're the most.
Oh, I do. I
dice
just
to
put
roll
them all
in
away. I didn't think I was gonna need them. Hold on. Cube. 4. What was 4 again? Oh yeah, 3 and 4 was Volosaurus. In that case, let's go raid them.
I'd say actually oddly thematic, if you think about
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually,
Interaction.
given the character introduced yet, whose name has not been introduced in game, but if you know, you know.
I genuinely mixed them up for a moment. I was like, oh, it's the Bogfather. No, that's my character.
No, that's your fucking
Okay.
character, Tixel, you dumbass.
Alright.
No,
Alright,
I remember this guy's name.
Alright, what's our raid message gonna be?
God damn it. I want it. Okay. I want it to be a direct reference to the character, so something like "pay your dues" is very good.
Tempting, but also like technically a little spoilery for the session.
Yeah.
Step on up to the bar.
What was it, Mara?
Step on up to the bar. My accent's
tempting.
faltering on me. Yeah.
Tempting. But no.
I feel
Something.
like
I mean, there's
Paul
also
Masura.
just the whole occult, like occult academy. Oops, all attractive. Oh shit, you got it. Because of course, literally all of the characters were found to be hot.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Oops, all hotties. Either one, oops all attractive, oops all hotties, whichever you prefer, both are valid. Please go show Volosaurus some love and support because they deserve it. Volosaurus is based as shit. I love it. Volosaurus is freaking great. Alright. But yeah, stay curious, stay positive, folks. Stay in drugs. Don't do school, except for this one. Go do cult school. Don't do that, actually. That's really bad for you.
Don't forget to eat your teeth.
You know what? Sure. And also, hopefully, pay your dues, folks. Bye!